Let's get ready to rumble!
Been down and out for too long. Nigga, I'm too strong. I'm gon' move on.
Swagger on diamonds just Sakasha trying to pick my brain and judge me like a book. I don't got many likes, but I got a lot of looks. My picture on the news, they trying to label me a crook. They say I do too much, I say I'm off the hook. They ask me where I've been, I say I just came from the hood. Smelling loud off this good, the whole day out in Jug. These niggas wanna go to war, man, I wish they would. Oakland like Baghdad in my neck of the woods.
Rest in peace, my nigga Lil E, man.
Out the roots, he let the beats build, bitch, and we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section, cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G, always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me, no.
I talk that shit to my hood, how we done lost it all. Had some good and bad times, never thought we would fall. It's like we even up the score, then we missed the ball. Hey, what's up, UB? Hey, what's up?
I was listening to your show all day.
What?
Yep.
What's up, baby? See the camera?
What you do today in school?
What you do?
In the streets,
What you do? I know you just
It's
good.
a race
What
to
you
my
do?
dreams down a long haul. Obstacles in my way, I start to fucking crawl. Gotta get it by any means, it's the casting call. Free the gang that's behind the walls. Say it twice, let you know that I mean it, dog. Come from out the roots, he let the beats build, bitch, and we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section, cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G, always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me, no.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, man. What's going down? Shout out to my dog, Sheldon Moore, the OG. Shout out to Jalen, man. What it do, baby? Man, we in this thing, man. We kicking it, man. You know what I'm saying? What's going down? What's going down? Listen, we got another great show on the way. I'm feeling good, man. Matter of fact, let me drop this link right now. I ain't gonna talk too long by myself. I'm gonna chop it up with the OG real quick, man. Cause the OG, he still ain't cash at me, so I'm just waiting on the OG to cash at me. You know what I mean? Cause he thought Jose Ramirez was gonna beat Josh Taylor, so I need him to be man real quick. But yeah, man, it's movie Mondays, man. I don't know if we're gonna talk about movies today. I'm just excited about boxing these days, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. What's going on, Tom Brown? What's going on? I'm just excited about boxing these days, man. I can't lie, man. I can't make this up. I can't even. Let's go, man. The OG. What's going on, man?
We back?
My Cash App still hasn't seen Sheldon Moore yet, but
we bet?
You know,
how much you bet? How much we bet? Huh?
That 50, remember?
Oh,
that
I got
50.
you. I got you in the morning. Yeah, I got you in the morning. I got you in the morning.
Remember
I
you
get
in?
to the bank.
It was you and DJ, remember, at the same time.
Yes, it was. I remember. Yes, I do. I paid
take
one
that.
bet. That's why I paid one. I forgot about the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on, Isaiah? What's going on, man? What's happening? Man,
Yeah, I got you. I got you in the morning, bro. I got you in the morning. I gotta send Santos some money anyway, so it's all good.
Let me put it on a banner so you don't forget.
Yeah, so I remember.
Yeah, man.
He's Cool Kyle, right? Cool Kyle D or something like that?
Yeah.
Is it Cool Kyle D or Cool Kyle D? Okay, I got you. All right.
Yeah,
I got you. Before you when you wake up at work tomorrow, I'll be there.
For sure.
Oh shit, I forgot all about that. But yeah, I did make some bets, so
How you feeling about boxing right now, as it is now, man? Are you excited?
Right now? About boxing?
Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Boxing is fire right now, bro. Boxing is fire, man. Why are you breaking up, bro? Fix your mic.
Man,
Hello? You better? There you go. Now I can hear you.
yeah, man, my internet be fucked up, man. You know that.
Yeah. But yeah, man, boxing is fire right now, man. We got fights. Potentially, I saw on Boxing 24 today. They might make a Ugas or a Porter fight for Bud. They might make a Ugas or a Porter fight for Thurman. It's all kind of shit going on.
Birdman. Hey, listen, I'm excited, man. I got the two niggas that owe me money.
Yeah, I got it in the morning, man. I forgot all about it.
See, this is why. Can y'all hear me good? I know it's probably sound far away.
A little bit of echo.
Okay. Hold on. Let me.
Hey, shut up, man.
Be better.
Hey.
All right. What about now? Is that better?
Are you good?
That's a lot better.
Hey, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do about June, brother. Cause my chain came early. And
oh, really?
Man, I wasn't ready for thing to come early like that, brother.
see, Mr. Davis, I got a bone to pick with you.
Uh-oh.
You know, I done got ready, you know, to eat some crow last night, right? About my pick. And this nigga sleep.
Oh, let me tell you.
No, right? This nigga's out.
No, and that's just one of them.
Okay.
Where my damn shirt at, Kyle?
Yeah, no, mine at too, man.
Now, what did I tell you? This was the week I'm finna try to send them out, bro. Okay. Listen, I'm 16 and shit, man. I be working fucking hard, bro. The reason why I went to sleep last night early, I went to sleep at 10 because.
Oh, that's good. You never go to sleep early.
Uber though, so my wife like driving taking me to work at 4 a.m.
Right.
I had to get my ass up like an hour and a half earlier than I normally would to get
that Uber. Yeah, I got you.
You see how so the motherfucker was driving today, DJ.
See you was in that slow ass Uber today.
Oh, what's up? What's going on, man? Boxing Truth Sherm, what's going on, big dog? Hey, man, we had
So DJ, how did you feel about the boy, man? Hey, look, I'm gonna admit it, man. I'm a Josh Taylor fan now, man. I like that kid, man. That kid shows some heart.
I'm impressed.
That kid
considering that I saw his resume today, and I didn't realize some of the names that was on his resume is on his resume. Like I knew he beat Prograis. I didn't know he fought what's his name too, man, Postall. I didn't know he fought somebody else he beat too. I was like, well, shit, that was an easy pick.
Hey,
well, the thing was, man, what won me over, bro,
I mean, a new motor.
was the post fight.
Hey, hold on, real quick.
It was the
Birdman.
Go ahead.
I mean, router. Fuck the microphone. The microphone ain't even a problem because Mark Nash will tell you earlier the shit was working on Fresh Show just fine. So my internet.
Yeah, I heard you. I heard you on Fresh Show.
So the internet. So buy a nigga new router. You know what I'm saying?
There we go. There you go.
Nah, get your ass off that great value internet. That's what it is.
We've been calling these son of a bitches all freaking week, man. Rob Brown, of course. We got my boy.
Yeah, man, but
Tank. What's going on?
What it was for me, man, was the post fight when he walked up to that man and said, "Look, man,
Jay Dixon,
there is no disrespect. This was all this was trying to get you out of your game for this fight. It looks like the shit worked. I tried to get in your head, but I have nothing but respect for you. I apologize if I said anything to offend you or your family. I'm sorry. I apologize. I have nothing but respect for you." And that showed me that this is a good dude, man. He just want to fight. He just want to win. I'm a Josh Taylor fan. I admit it. I'm a Josh Taylor fan now.
What's the best pugilist?
I mean, he didn't even have to do that. He didn't even have to try to get in his head, man. He's a Robert Garcia fighter. All Robert Garcia fighters fight the same, bro. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to try to get in his head to make him extra aggressive. My bad, Kyle. Go ahead.
That's all good. Shout out to my dog, Raji Film, Jay Dixon, best pugilist, my dog, man. Shout out to Bird, man. Hold on. Let me put this up real quick so y'all can put this up real quick, man. You know, shout out to Bird, man, at all times. Hey, let me put this up before we move even further, man. You know, shout out to my dog, man. You know what I'm saying? Special shout out to my dog Bird, man. You dig what I'm saying? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, look, I ain't gonna stay on long tonight, fellas. I'm gonna fall back in the chat and I'm gonna be listening.
And we need you to hold it down. Big Tank, you gotta come through here too. Pugilist, you already know what time it is, man. And
I just wanted to ask what y'all thought about Terrence versus Josh Taylor.
That ain't gonna happen.
Bob said it's gonna happen.
Bob full of shit, man. He behind this whole fucking time, man. To my dog fans at the top, man. Appreciate you, man. Of course, he's a habitual lot. Shout out to my dog Birdman one more time. Man,
I'm gonna tell you right now, man. Bud better go fight Boots Ennis, man.
That's the best.
I think. I believe that's the best fight for him. Like, as far as being competitive, I believe that's the best fight for him because I believe he walks through Josh Taylor if Josh Taylor moves up. I don't think the Sean Porter fight will get made because it could have been made and it had been made. I think the Boots Ennis fight is the best fight for him. I just really want to see Boots get his shot, man. I think he's ready. It's time for him to get his shot.
Hey,
I think you're right.
That fight with who? Who you talking about, DB? Who's he supposed to fight? Who you want him to fight?
He wanted to fight Boots Ennis, but that's
I want Bud to fight Boots Ennis, man. I want him to get a young bull a shot, man. Don't do the boots what Keith Thurman did to Arrow. Give him a shot, man. The man say he's ready. Go if you think he's such a young bull and he's so green, I don't understand that. Go ahead and beat him now, and then fight him again in a couple years when he moves up to 154. Because I don't think Boots is gonna stay at 47 that much longer.
Who is that? No, he's gonna stay there for a while. He gonna be there for a minute.
You think so?
I talk to the nigga all the time. The nigga gonna be there.
I give him 3 years. I give him 3 years.
That nigga gonna be there for a minute because he
Me too. I'm like you, DJ.
Longer than 3? You think he gonna be at welterweight longer than 3 years?
He won't be able to make the weight.
Listen, man,
big, bro. That motherfucker big, bro.
My friend.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Boot. I was looking at his back and his shoulders and everything. No homo. Last fight, like Boots ain't gonna stay at 47 long, man. So that's why I was saying that. Even though he's not in, it looks like he's not in Arrow's plans right now. Crawford should go ahead and fight him now. Y'all can rematch him at 54.
But check this out. That motherfucker is so disciplined. He gonna be all right. I've been in the gym with him. I talk to the nigga every time I go to Philly. Me and him talk for about 15, 20 minutes. Also, he'll be on a show soon. within the next couple of weeks, he'll be on the show. So y'all can ask him all these questions and shit like that. So I'm working on that right now.
Cool. Just let me know ahead of time because I got questions.
And I'm also skills interview right now. I've been trying not to hassle my homegirl about it, but damn it, I think I'm gonna have to start harassing niggas, but not, you know what I mean? I be trying not to harass niggas, man. I want people to just know that I appreciate their relationship between me and them, and not just because they connected to somebody else. That's like my biggest problem with why I can't get interviews is because I don't want to ask my homies to get them for me. I be trying to like let shit happen organically, but yeah, if it happen, it happen. If it don't. But I'm working on that shit.
Yeah, y'all said I'm just reading what Jay Dixon just wrote. Yeah, I agree. He's not moving up for the next 3 years. It'll be 3 years. Boots is gonna fight at middleweight, man. I feel before he's done, he's gonna fight at middleweight, at least middleweight.
Super.
Yeah. I believe he can make 168 too before it's all said and done. Because he's still young. He's still 23, 24. He's still growing, man. So I believe at least 160 he'll get up to. So before he's 30, he'll be fighting at middleweight.
Yeah.
I really believe that, man. I really just don't believe he's gonna stay at welterweight that long.
Yeah, he gonna be there for a while. Trust me on that. And the thing about that dude, man, he works like a motherfucker in that gym. He don't blow up like crazy like that. You know what I mean? He really don't get big. Like he be, man. Listen, he got.
And another reason I say that was because by the time he ascends to champion, if Bud or Errol don't fight him within the next year or so, because they still got to fight each other, which may or may not happen, I think he cleans out that division fairly easy. And I don't think he's going to stay there with all 4 belts that long because, most undisputed champions don't stay and defend that belt. Heavyweights can't move up, but most undisputed champions don't stay and defend all 4 belts. So I think after Errol and Bud are gone, I think he cleans out that division pretty quickly. Who's left for him?
Yeah, because I think Earl Spence is going to go to 154 next year, and that's And that is when John Ennis is gonna get his shot. I already told him that. I talked to that nigga like when I went to Philly. Remember I went to Philly a couple of weeks ago. I told him, I said, listen, man, I know you want these niggas, but that shit ain't happening right now. You know what I'm saying? Just beat the shit out of Jamal James if he'll let you. And the fight that we want and the fight that we need and the fight that we deserve, man, Sean Porter, Terrence Crawford. That's the fight we deserve as fans, man. We really need that fight. And if not Sean Porter, can we get a Ugas? You know what I mean? Either one. I don't know if Ugas is supposed to fight Keith Thurman bum ass, but I'm hoping that can happen because it's like shit, man. Who the fuck else can he fight, dude? And I'm gonna be honest.
Who's that?
I got an inside scoop, man. If Bob don't get his shit together, man, I'm telling you.
Once somebody shows you who they are, believe them.
Hey.
Bob is 90 years old. He don't give a fuck about what nobody talking about.
He don't give a fuck. He done made his money.
Yeah. Well, shit. He better get his shit together. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
Got it.
No, it ain't him. It's the guys that's gonna run it after him. Once he's gone, they ain't gonna be in trouble because they ain't gonna have no talent because everybody gonna fucking leave.
But I just, that last thing about Boots, man, even the guys coming up for 140, he beats Prograis, he beats Josh Taylor, he beats Ramirez. Who else can move up from 140 who could actually challenge him?
There's nobody that can beat him at 147, at 140. Are you talking about Boots or Terrence Crawford?
Boots. That's what I'm saying. I don't think he's gonna stay there that long, man.
There's only 2 guys down there that can challenge him. There's only challenges at 47 are Bud and Errol. Everybody else he washes.
Yeah, that's my biggest point. Other than him being young and he'll be a middleweight by the time he's 30.
But
he's gonna walk through that division so quick, man. I believe he'll be if Errol and Bud are both gone, he'll be undisputed within 3 years.
Yeah, no, yeah, if everything can go down, shout out to Rob Brown, shout out to Santos. Rob Brown, come get in on this, man.
Hey, I just saw something in the chat, bro, and this is a good ass fight. Ain't nobody talking about it. Boots' next fight, he should fight Kavaliauskas, Meat Machine. That's who he should fight next.
That's a step back, bro.
Hey, Rob Brown, drop something on us, Rob.
What's up, man? Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
So
Why?
But I'm gonna fall out, guys. I'm gonna get back to work, man. I just had to come in and speak on that real quick. I'm gonna be listening. I'll chime in the chat. But you guys keep cooking, man. I'm gonna be listening.
Hey, DJ, when can you bounce back in?
Huh?
When can you bounce back into the stream?
Probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe.
I ain't sleeping that long today because I got to work at 4 a.m. So
I got you.
I should be up. I got about after I only got an hour tonight, and then of course Santos and Shelton is gonna do their thing. Eli Zachary is gonna get his cook on and shit. So hold it down until I wake up and shit, cause I gotta get this money, man. I gotta get to this bag, man. Deontay Wilder and Earl Spence is calling my name. The rooms have.
I'm not going to Vegas. I'm not going to Vegas. Vegas don't like me.
Why you say that?
Vegas don't like me, man.
They like your bank account, though.
Love it.
Hey, listen.
Hey, DJ, did you get my message?
Yeah, I got it. I meant to text you back. I meant to text you back, but I got busy at work, man.
No, it's all good, brother. As long as you got it.
Hey,
yeah. I'll text you back here soon.
Yeah, we'll get together.
Yeah. Hey,
all right. Y'all fellas be easy, man.
All right, DJ, we're gonna
have a good night at work, brother.
All right.
What up, Eli, JB, Shelton, and my man Kyle?
What's going on? And I
what's up with y'all, man?
I gotta tell you something. Our last you breaking up, Santos?
He in that goddamn truck.
Yeah, he in that crazy traffic. Now listen, I gotta tell y'all this stuff. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, listen, I gotta talk about what happened the other day on the stream. Now, I went back and listened to it. H Money was wrong than a motherfucker. H Money started that shit, dog. H Money ain't had no right to talk to dude like that, man. Dude ain't even do shit.
I tried to tell y'all that. I tried to tell you that. Call him a bitch ass nigga. Yeah, bitch ass nigga. What you gonna do? It's whatever, and that's where it went.
And he was a guest. You know, he wasn't just a random person. He was. And when I expect somebody to just sit back and allow that type of shit. You know what I mean?
Hey, Kyle, I've been hearing some bad shit about H Money. I've got some bad reports today about H Money from a few people.
Yeah, I was like, oh shit, Champion Heart, man, shit, join the panel. Listen, man, my dog Champion Heart, when he come in here, that mean he got some. That mean he got some time, you know. But yeah, bro, he was wrong as hell, man. I told him that shit, man, because he started that whole shit, and I think we could have got to 50 people that night, man. Shout out to D Hodges. Shout out to my dog Kenlo Jones. Yes, sir. Hey, yeah, man. Yeah, that shit was crazy because I'm like, why the hell did he tell him like take your hood off? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell is that? So I was like, why the hell is he telling him to take his hood off? When I introduced him, and I said, man, Chicago's finest. I gave him like a whole introduction. You know what I'm saying? So that means he a friend of the program. So I don't know why he did that shit, but the shit that H Money be saying, The only reason why I took him out is because he said something about somebody kids. When it comes to kids, I ain't fucking around when it comes to babies. But if he'd have kept it between just him and H Money arguing back and forth, he could have stayed on. But once he brought the kids up, I had to get some order out here in these streets. But that nigga H Money started that shit, dog. And I don't know why he did that. But shout out to my dog, best pugilist, man, in the crib.
What up, Pugilist?
Pugilist got some good news for us, man. He got some great
What's
news.
up, brother? What's up? What's up, brothers?
We got a movie Monday coming very soon that's gonna be worth every fucking thing. We're gonna have a American Gangster movie night. And go ahead, drop it on him, Pugilist.
Yeah. I guess when we do that, I'm gonna get my cousin, I'm gonna get Frank Jr. to come on the show. We could talk about the movie and a couple of other things, in connection to that. I'm just setting up the time for us to do that now, and we'll be able to get it, get on that topic and talk about the movie as such,
Yes, sir. That's gonna be a big deal, man. And that's gonna be big for the channel, and that's gonna be a great conversation, man. It's gonna be amazing. Yes, sir. So
what's up, Champion Heart?
Champion Heart.
What's going on, brother?
Man, what's going down, big homie?
Oh, it's all good, man. You good?
Oh man, everything good, man. Just good to hear from you, man. Good to see you alive and well, man. How many days you got off?
I got a load to deliver in the morning, man, and then I'm heading back to the house. I'm gonna be off for a few days.
Okay. Yeah, I know when you peep in, I know you got some time off. That's
right. Exactly.
So for the panel, we're gonna start with OG Shelton. We're going Eli Zachary, Rob Brown, Champion Heart, Pugilist, and then we go Santos to finish it up. What are you guys' thoughts? Josh Taylor, Jose Ramirez fight. What was your biggest takeaway? That's what we'll say. What was your biggest takeaway from that fight? Go ahead, OG.
My biggest takeaway was the quality of the fight and the way the boy Taylor bit down on his mouthpiece and took the fight. He took the win because the pressure was starting to get to him before he caught the guy Ramirez with that beautiful pull counter in the 6th round. That shit was pretty as a motherfucker. That set him up. Then the 7th round, he came back with that sneaky uppercut off the break. Now, at the time, I thought that it was a dirty shot. But then I looked at it in slow motion. He was supposed to protect himself. It was a clean shot. I mean, man won the fight. And then his attitude after the fight with the apology. I'm a big Josh Taylor fan. I'm rolling with him.
For sure. Eli Zachary, what's going on? H Money, what's going on, big dog? Go ahead, Eli.
My bad. I had stepped outside. Nah, absolutely great fight. I mean, action packed. Josh Taylor, timing, and fucking shit here. Just veteran tactics, protecting himself at all times. Got the job done for him. I mean, which college should have been protecting itself on those breaks. Shit, I didn't like the way what's his name? Kenny Bayless necessarily refed it. Because of the way he refed it, it was just like shit. He was smothering the fighters, and then it was like he wasn't really just breaking them. He'll tap them and like step back like he was hesitant to jump in and break them, and shit here. Josh Taylor shit here. I mean, just smart, looking at the clock, knowing what time it was in the ring. Shit, I mean, using everything he had to get it done and be undisputed. He did his fucking thing, and I'm interested to see how he translates transitioned over to 147. He is a big guy. He's not a little bitty. He's not a little bitty fighter. He is 5'10", 5'10" and a half, with a 70, 71 inch reach. So I'm interested to see him at 147. That's my
Shout out
take, bro.
to Reggie Owens. Go ahead, my bad.
No, that's my take. That's my take on it.
It looked like Jose Ramirez was frozen though. Like after the break, he looked like he just stood there like with his hands up. I thought, what the hell is he doing? And then bang, sleep.
It wasn't a break. It wasn't like him stepping in and breaking them and pushing them back and separating them. He didn't separate them. He tapped them and looked at them, and like right when he put his hands on them, he kind of just like stepped back and Josh Taylor exploded on him. He never did he didn't start making clean breaks until after that. That's why he gave the man so much time. He was making breaks where he was just barely separating them, and Josh Taylor would explode off the breaks and hit him. Then that's when you start seeing him making an effort to get Josh Taylor back and get them back and separated because he noticed what started going on. Like, damn, I'm allowing the man to get hit because he just pat him on the shoulders. When he pat him on the shoulders, Ramirez was like, okay, shit, yeah, I'm following your instructions, I'm breaking. Shit, Josh Taylor was like, shit, he ain't broken, which is technically what it's supposed to be. If he didn't break y'all and separate y'all apart, fight it out. And that's what was happening.
For sure. What's up? What's up, my guy, man? Mark Nash. What's going on, big homie?
What's good? What's good? How you feel, my G?
Oh man, I'm feeling good, man. Feeling good, man. Feeling great, man. What's going down?
What it do, Mark?
What's up, people? How y'all feel out there? How everybody good? How everybody doing? Everybody good?
Everybody good, man. What's happening?
What's going on, brother?
Yo, I just want to speak on that last topic y'all was talking about, man. Yo, I remember that happened. I don't know if somebody said this already. Y'all remember when Arturo Gotti faced Mayweather, and the referee was in there. He kind of didn't get in there. Like, and prior to that, you can hear Roy Jones saying, "Hey, man, why the referee getting in there now?" Like, it wasn't no need for him to break him up. And then it was a time where he said break, and he jumped in there, but he didn't get in there and separate him. And Floyd dropped Arturo Gotti very early in that fight. Arturo Gotti was looking at the ref, and he was mad. Like, yo, what? Yo, you said, you had said wait or hold it or something. He had said stop or something. He didn't say break, but something like stop or something. But he was too far back. He was out of position, and Mayweather hit him. And Gotti turned his back, and Mayweather hit him again with another left hook, and he dropped him. So, damn, man, I wish I remember that ref's name. Harvey Dock. I think it was Harvey Dock, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, man. So sometimes the ref, that's what happens when the ref is getting in there sometimes too much, making calls and breaks where he should be letting them fight it out. But also Ramirez even admitted he got too relaxed inside. But prior to that, I had told everybody, man, my heart was with Ramirez, but Josh Taylor is one of those guys that if you're in that kill zone lingering around, he gonna text your ass for it. A la Mayweather. I'm not saying he's Mayweather, don't go off on me, but Mayweather's one of those guys. He's gonna hit you on the break on the way out. If you're trying to go out and think you're just gonna get out, no, you still in the kill zone, he gonna text you for it. He gonna charge you for the pleasure to be that close to him. So that's what I saw a lot of that in that Regis Prograis fight.
Victor Ortiz got the worst end of that.
Oh yeah, absolutely, in a major way.
For sure. Rob Brown, what's your takeaway from the fight?
It was a good fight, man. I don't think Josh Taylor is ready for 147 though. I mean, I think he's a good fighter. I know it's gonna cost a lot to try to hold on to all those belts at 140 and pay all that money, but I don't think he's ready for 147. Because even in the fight, I mean, Ramirez is pretty much as big as Taylor. Taylor outboxed him, but Ramirez just has one thing. He just comes forward with pressure. You know, he didn't really give any angles or anything. He was just right there to be hit. But it seemed like Taylor, for, as many times as I've seen him fight, he's kind of started to, at certain points, started to back away from the pressure. You know, pressure started to get to him. And just bigger guys at 147, you know, when they're talking about Bud and all them guys, I think Bud eats them alive, bro. So, I mean, it was a good fight. I wouldn't mind seeing it again. I don't want to see Jack Catterall or whoever they talking about Taylor fighting, but I wouldn't mind seeing that again. But I think Taylor needs to stay at 140 for a little while.
I think the rematch Regis Prograis, because that was a hell of a fight. That was a way tougher fight than that Ramirez fight. And I think Regis would have done Ramirez way worse. Because he way harder. Go ahead, Champion Hart. What was your takeaway from that fight this week?
Yeah, man, that was a good fight. Rob Brown, he said it best. You know, that the pressure that he was putting on him was effective, you know, for a minute. But like Mark Nash said, he got too comfortable and got caught with that sneaky uppercut. I figured he was going to get that first knockdown. I figured he was going to get caught. I figured Taylor was going to counter him because he was putting in so much pressure that he was charging with the pressure. And I figured he was going to get caught. And that's exactly what happened on that first knockdown when he got caught. He was just but then you know, he got too relaxed and got hit with that sneaky uppercut. You know, but it's you know, on that deal with Arturo Gatti, I mean, that's almost like that Ortiz deal, man. You know, you got to protect yourself, you know, at all times. They were saying that was a dirty shot that Floyd did to Ortiz, but nobody said nothing about the headbutt. You know, yeah, that was a good fight. Did anybody, just not off the subject a little bit, did anybody see Cyborg do her thing Friday?
Yeah, she smashed her. She turned her face into soup.
Smashed old girl, man. I was like, damn.
She did what Cyborg does, bro. That bro didn't have a chance from the gate.
No, not at all. Not at all. But when I came in, I think that was DJ, man, talking about Boost, man. That kid is special. And I don't see I think he gives Spence a hell of a fight, man, if that ever happens. You know, they keep saying he's not ready, but isn't he like 20-something and 0 right now?
27-0, 25 knockouts.
Yeah, man, that kid is ready, man.
Yeah, he the truth, man. He's strong as a goddamn ox.
Yeah,
Best pugilist, man. Give us your takeaway from the fight this weekend.
Hey, Kyle, real quick, I want to say that was Earl Morton, not Harvey Dock, and that Gotti Mayweather fight was Earl Morton. Sorry.
No, it's all good. We already we straight, man. Don't worry about that, man. This ain't no damn trivia show.
Nah, Santos had me doing fact checking though when you be leaving sometimes. He had me up here. Hey, Mark, look that up for me.
Yeah, he gonna tell you to look some shit up. That's what he gonna do. Shout out to my dog Santos, man. Best pugilist, man. Give me your takeaway.
Yeah, it was very a very impressive fight, man, by Taylor. Very good fight overall. You remember, man, you was talking about the fight that night, the fight, you know, and I was originally leaning towards Ramirez, but what I did like was that how Taylor made that adjustment. You remember I was telling you that he was allowing Ramirez to pressure him too much because he was trying to slug with him instead of fighting like a southpaw. See, that's the mistake that you can make when you're a southpaw fighter, when you're trying to slug with somebody. And this is what I'll be teaching my kids in my program. Like, when you're fighting out of the southpaw stance, you have to get enough space so that they can see your southpaw stance. So a lot of guys have troubles with southpaw, but when you get close to a southpaw, the stance doesn't matter anymore. It's not like he's a southpaw when he's right up on you. It only works when you're away. When you got length and distance, then you can actually see the style. So that's why I was telling you when we was talking, if he uses southpaw style and stay away from him, he'll be able to control the fight more. And what happened? The very next round, that's when he started doing that, right? And we saw what happened. Stayed on the outside more, started moving. That's why I said he needed to move just a little bit, get on his toes and move just a little bit so he can keep some distance where the southpaw stance can actually work for you as a southpaw fighter. And then you saw what happened after that. So I was impressed that they made that adjustment and got that distance. And once they did that, he did it quite well. And I was impressed because I told you I had my doubts about him, but he showed me some real grit and and a very impressive ability to make a little bit of adjustment. So if he can learn to just stay out, use that style a little bit more and work behind that right jab a little bit more, he'll be even more of a threat to do some real damage, in that division, locking that in and controlling it for a little while before they may decide to move up to welterweight. But I was definitely impressed by him though, a lot more than I was prior. Yeah, that's it. That's my spill on it.
For sure. Who didn't get to go yet?
Santos Boxing.
All right, OG, give me your take on this on the fight this weekend.
Yeah, I try to do it as quietly as I can because I'm in the back of the truck, but the hard part is done now. But anyway, I was impressed with the fight. I thought it was a very good fight. Both guys had their moments. I was surprised about the knockdowns, but I wasn't surprised about Josh winning. Now I was pulling for Ramirez. I kept telling everybody it's my homie. I know that he's a home team, and I know that Josh is a decent fighter. I wasn't 100% at the time when I was making these predictions. I wasn't 100% sure about the dog in him. However, I did watch the Prograis fight right before that fight, and I watched him fight the Russian guy from Budapest or something like that. That fight with the Russian went pretty much almost the same as the fight we saw Saturday night. So before the fight happened, I was telling my man Shelton, I said, I don't know, this Josh Taylor might have more dog. He might have more dog in him than I realized. And I said, it's going to be a good fight. And, it started going, the way of Ramirez. And then he got caught with that, was it left cross or right cross? Left cross.
He got caught with the left. That pull counter.
Yeah, that pull counter left. He wasn't the same after that. He's not. If he had been the same, he never would have got caught with that uppercut on in the slight break there. So his head was kind of out of it. He wasn't as sharp mentally as he should have been for a fight. Josh showed that he has not only some dog in him, but he has a high IQ for the fight game. He has the heart, and he ain't no punk. He ain't no punk out because he definitely got hurt, just like he got hurt against Regis. He got hurt against the Russian guy I'm talking about, and he still did his thing, man. And my hats off to him. It was a great win. I don't feel that anyone got cheated. I feel that fight was scored exactly the way it should have been scored, and I'll watch it again and again. He has my respect.
For sure. Yeah, that was some good shit. Eli,
that was some of the best going. What's that?
No, I was telling you, go ahead.
So that was some of the best scoring that I've seen as far as like watching the fight, and like it was maybe 200 of us watching that fight together in the live stream, and for the most part, all of us scored it like 6-6, but the two knockdowns took it over for Josh. And when we looked at the scores, we like, shit, there it is. It said just like that. Them two knockdowns, still 2 rounds. That's what it was. That was. I mean, the referee scored it. I mean, the judges scored it good. I mean, shit, it was a damn good fight. And like y'all said, that fucking poor counter. I had just told my wife, I said, if he don't calm down and quit rushing in, he's gonna fucking time him and he's gonna put
Right.
him down. I turned my
That's
head
exactly what
and
he
looked
did.
back, and he was going right into that shit. I said, God damn it! I said
Yeah.
he walked right into that shit. My wife said, "Damn, you just said that."
Yeah. That's exactly what he's doing. He's walking into shit because he that leaning in, rushing, and he started walking into shit. That's all he was getting touched up.
He got happy.
What
He
what
was trying to eat
happened?
off both plates.
Yeah, exactly. Because what happened was he started seeing Josh's face. Josh's face was really reacting to them body shots that he was putting on him, and then he was starting to drop his hands. So he wanted to jump on him, and he started jumping on him in rhythm, and Josh timed him. Because every
Right.
time he'll come in here, boop 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 boop, then he'll work off of him. Then he reset his shoulders, and then he'll jump in again. Shit, when he jumped in about that third or fourth time in that round, he timed him perfect on that shit.
Yeah.
He
Hell
Now,
yeah.
timed
see,
him perfect.
I'm with Champion Hart and Rob Brown. Let's let this guy have his moment. He's undisputed at 140, and in my opinion, he should stay there and defend those titles. Because at 47, yeah, 47, he don't beat nobody. Nobody important anyway.
Right.
Anybody that he needs to beat, he gets mangled. I mean, Bud, he don't go past 6 rounds with Bud. He don't go past 6 rounds with Errol. I think even Sean Porter watches it.
He ain't got
From
no.
what I saw, he's not sturdy enough. You know what I mean?
He
He's
didn't
not
like the
sturdy
he
enough.
didn't like the he didn't like the punching power of Miriam. He
Yeah,
did not
and
like that shit.
yeah, he can't go up there with that. They'll kill him up there.
Yeah.
I even think I'm not even gonna lie. I think some of the lower tier guys will beat him. He just didn't like the physicality of it. He likes to be able to be on the outside, pick and pop, and step on the inside, bang with you for a second, and jump back out. If he can control the pace with the length of his arms and with his size at 140, he's good with that. You know, that was another big 140 that he's in there with. But he go to 147. He's no longer an anomaly at 140 at 147. He's an average size 147 guy, and he's gonna get touched up a lot more.
Hmm.
I think the best thing that happened to Josh Taylor is the fact that not only did he go through the Olympics, but he went through that tournament. I think that was the best thing for his career because, I mean, the kid learned a lot through the tournament, and he added to his repertoire. And he's got the confidence he needs now to be a great champion if he's smart about how he moves with his career from this point on.
Right.
That's a fact. So check this out, fellas. Try our best not to get dropped out. God damn it. Cam's still on vacation, so it's just me. You feel like the olden days. So you niggas try not to get kicked out and dropped out. Cause we're gonna try to hold it down for the night. But it is now the Centos Pugilist Shelton Show. Featuring Champion Hart, Eli Zachary, and Rob Brown. So
where did Mark Nash go?
He probably had to go to sleep, man. You know, it's like 3 o'clock his time over there. Damn near 4 a.m. But we're gonna keep this shit rocking and rolling, man. Pugilist, how long you can stay on tonight?
I'll be on till about 5:30. 5:30, because I'm in New York, East Coast, so 5:30.
Okay,
I should be good.
For sure. Yeah. So y'all fellas,
Dixon asked a good question.
Who?
Maybe you want to answer this before you go. J.A. Dixon. He asked a good question. Question is Robert Garcia overrated?
Oh, no question. No question about it. He got outgunned by Novice in Tyson
Do
Fury.
you think he's an
Hell yeah, man.
Go ahead, finish your thought.
He don't really know shit like that. He ain't really. Robert Garcia been around the game for how long, bro? Ain't no fucking way he should have been able to in a way that shit that went down like that. But here go Mark Nash right here, fellas.
I mean, why would you say that he's overrated when you just lost one fight and you had two belts? You had a
That ain't true. That ain't true because his other fighter got away with one. Cause the Mahoney nigga really beat him though, for real. That wasn't a headbutt that hit him in the eye. That's 2 in a row.
I'm saying his overall body of work.
I ain't gonna say he overrated because he got a lot of champions. I can't say he overrated.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The trainer can only teach the fighter. It's on the fighter to execute what the trainer teaches.
Yeah.
So he's not an overrated trainer. It's just sometimes his fighter can't execute the game plan. You know what I mean? He's a great trainer. Because he wouldn't have all those champions if he wasn't.
I.e. Brandon Rios. Brandon was a hell of a fighter, but he get trapped in his own mind about what he needed to do in the ring. He likes to fight instead of following the strategy of his corner most of the time, and that's what hurt his career. I mean, he had a decent career, but I mean, he could have went a little bit further.
And 147 won't for him neither. His best weight was 140. His power didn't really translate, and all that toughness to take all them shots.
Mm-hmm.
You can hear it when you hear him talk right now. To me, he sounds a little slurry sometimes.
That's a fact. That is a fact.
Because he has some brutal
That's the
fights.
same thing they said about Mikey Garcia. Remember, Robert Garcia told Mikey to stay at 140. He's like, really 135 was good, but 140, okay. He really advised him to go back to 140, but Mikey wants to fight at 147. Robert can't control that. All he can do is train him. We can't control that.
Mikey looking at the money.
Exactly. But he looking at your best weight and for your legacy and who you are. You're gonna be the money anyway if you just go back to 140. If he just goes back to 140 and fights at 140, Pro Grace is there, Tank is there now, Devin, all of those guys are coming there, and he's gonna be the money fight if he just goes back to 140.
And I think he beats all those guys. And I think he beats all those guys.
Oh, he does.
Just go back to 140.
He'll dominate 140.
Exactly. And
Hey, I
Robert
got a
can't
question.
I wouldn't say Garcia is overrated, but I would ask what happened. Why did they not have a plan B for Ramirez when he had trouble with Taylor? Because and Jay Dixon, he said this in the chat, he turned into a motivational speaker when Ramirez started getting touched up. You know what I'm saying? It was like they didn't have a plan to, okay, well, if this doesn't work, do this, So I would just ask what happened.
He was so foggy.
The plan was there.
Because
my bad.
Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead, Doc.
I thought the plan was there because if you notice, after he got touched up, after he got dropped that first time, when he came back out, he started jabbing and he started hitting Josh straight up the middle with the jab, and then he worked a little bit. All of a sudden, Ramirez got happy again and started trying to tee off and load up, and he hadn't recovered yet. I think that he told him to go out there and work on your jab, get your bearings back together on you, and then you go into the fight again. Get your focus back. He started teeing off again, and when he started to tee off, you can see the lactic acid build up in his arm. He had no more pop after the end of that round. When they got to the point of that break where he got dropped, shit, Ramirez was fucking snoring. He was trying to shake his legs out the whole damn time. He just he burnt himself out.
Also, Eli, Ramirez fights one way. He only fights one way. He's a copy of Canelo, most Mexican fight. He fights one way, and if that shit don't work, his ass is in trouble.
Yeah.
Canelo fights one way, coming forward. He's coming forward. He's going to move his body, move his head a little bit, but he's coming forward. He's going to throw body shots, and he'll counter you. That's all he does.
Okay, I guess
for him, it's just what he does is better than everybody else he fights.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But he's not complicated. He fights one way.
Yeah, he was foggy. After he got hit with that blow that he didn't expect. He didn't expect to get hurt real bad by Taylor. When he got hit with that blow, like Mike Tyson said, everybody has a plan until you get hit. Now, when he got hit with that blow, he was foggier than the son of a gun. So you have to. I think his corner did right by becoming motivational, speaking to him, because he wasn't gonna be able to execute anything else. So he had to give him a little pep talk and hopefully go out there and survive until he gets that fogginess out of him. Then when he get that fogginess out, he can hear what you're saying, and maybe he can go out and execute at that point. But he was on weary legs for a minute after that first knockdown.
Yeah.
I saw a little bit of a game plan from Garcia. It seemed like with Ramirez. I mean, it seemed like they was trying to pace him a little more, but it was a couple of times where he was squared up kind of in front of Taylor, and he jumped to the side and like ripped a couple of body shots. I thought he should have done that a little bit more, but the times he was coming forward, his chin got out ahead of his feet. You know what I'm saying? And so that's when he got caught. He went down, and I think after that first knockdown, it just kind of shocked everybody because, like you said, it kind of turned them into like, hey, don't worry about it. And then they started, back and forth with the ref. I think that started getting to him, more to complaining to the ref, hey, he's hitting me and stuff like that instead of, and I always, I hate when fighters have to do that. Like, if you don't like what's going on, don't complain to the ref. Make him work. Hit the other guy back. You know what I'm saying? If it's on the break and the guy, you feel like he hit you behind the head, hit him lower. Hit him behind his head. Make the ref step in and say something. But instead of turning mid-fight and complaining to the ref, you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? You just, if he's going to be dirty, then make the ref work. I'll make the ref stop the fight and warn both of us. But other than that, if you hit me, I'm hitting you back. You know what I'm saying? Right. And I just think that, but Ramirez, I almost wonder the way that they was trying to pace him so much. I wonder if he had trouble making the weight, man. And they didn't want him to burn out. I know they know that later in the fight, Taylor kind of tapers off a little bit, and I don't know if they plan to come on a little harder later on, but Ramirez started a lot slower than I thought he would.
Yeah. Well, he kicked in about the third round, I think. A little strong. He held his own the second round. First round, I think that was a Taylor round, if I remember correctly. But he started earlier than Prograis. I do remember that, and I figured he would, because Prograis gave away the first half of that fight he fought Taylor. He just gave it away, man. He didn't do jack. And he come on the second half toward the end of the fight. And I mean, you can't win like that unless you knock the guy out. He had him hurt pretty bad, but I mean, a little dollar short and a day late and dollar short,
Yeah, man. I want to agree with something somebody said about Ramirez. I think he does have that only come forward style. But I gotta disagree with the other person who said Canelo only fights one way. I definitely seen different wrinkles in Canelo's game, especially since his loss to Floyd. I seen him in there doing things that Floyd does. I seen him try mid-fight against Floyd, tried to do some of the things Floyd did, trying to get a breather, but was getting popped when Floyd had him on the road. He was trying to bait Floyd in while he was taking a breather, and Floyd just stood back, pop, 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 overhand right, pop, 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 uppercut, pop, pop, pop. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely think Canelo moves, especially I saw the way he fought Triple G, the way he had him missing like by inches. Same like a lot of these guys, man. The dude Canelo is special, man. I ain't gonna lie, I can't take nothing from him. But I do think Benavidez, even though Benavidez style is kind of tailored towards the way Canelo fights, I think Benavidez gives him a hell of a fight. What say y'all?
I think Benavidez overwhelms him. He punches too much. He's big, he hits hard, volume puncher. I think he overwhelms Canelo.
I agree 100% with what Shelton said. I think he's big. He has the reach advantage. He got a stiff jab. He got a nice stiff jab that he can work behind and set up good punches on. And he has a good punch selection. He's not a guy that just It's gonna be a 1-2. You guy, he can punch you in. He can punch you, and from every punch he can throw it. You know, every punch he can throw it. He can move. He can move a little bit. He's not the most swiftest on his feet, which is why a lot of people be like, I don't know. Canelo may be there for Canelo to hit, but shit, Canelo will not be just cocking back and throwing everything he got at Benavidez, and Benavidez can't put him on his back foot where he's not comfortable.
I think
Yeah,
Canelo
that's
knows that Benavidez is the most difficult he may have to face, and one of the most difficult. And I mean, he's staying away from certain fighters for certain reasons. He's staying away from Benavidez. He's talking like he want to fight Charlo now, but he was staying away from him before, and he ain't even trying to make a fight with Andrade. So he knows these guys are very difficult for him to get a win against. So he knows who to stay away from, who not to stay away from. He feels Caleb Plann's an easy win, so that's why he's taking the fight. Plus, he got a belt that he wants. But Caleb could fool him, and it could make it a tough fight for him. Caleb, doesn't get hurt, doesn't show him too much respect, and he can match his boxing, he could possibly pull a win out.
Yeah, Central, you're absolutely right. Canelo is staying away from certain fighters. Benavidez is big, and there's no way that he'll be able to stand with Benavidez. I think Canelo's a fraud. That fight with what's his name? With Khan, everybody knew it was that fight was designed to make him look like he was this big power puncher, because they knew as soon as he hit Khan, it was going to be over. And that's exactly what happened. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's exactly what happened. So he's he's staying away from Charlo. I mean, everybody says, oh well, he has all these great attributes, but he won't fight top fighters. So that's just it's just how I feel about it.
Hey, big dog, I talked to David Benavidez tonight. We did an interview with him. I'm in here right now about the Slack. I'm in here chopping up some of the clips from it. But yeah, man, he definitely said he wants that Charlo fight. They was clowning over there too about the vaccination, or I got to be a certain age. And he said, look, he said, tell Charlo stop saying my name and I'll stop picking on him, basically.
Who said that?
David Benavidez.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we did.
He wants all the smoke.
Yeah,
he
we
wants
did
every bit of smoke you can puff.
Yeah, we did on my channel.
How you gonna call somebody out that make all them excuses why you don't want to fight them? I'm not even 68. I need the vaccination. You need to be 20. Get the fuck out of here, man. You should have called him out then.
And that's what David said at the end. That was his last statement on that. He was like, he said, yeah, so now you got to fight me. And then he got to fight me. It ain't no way around it.
And David wasn't even talking about him. He talked about David.
Yeah, but David definitely talking about him now. Kind of remind me of, because I asked him, I said, so what you think? He selling wolf ticket? Even with Caleb Plant, he got on Caleb Plant. He was like, yeah, I want to put my hands on him. He said, because he talks a lot of stuff behind the scenes, but we were both training for a fight at the same time. We could have fought, but instead he chose to fight his last opponent that he fought. Liam, which was it, Liam Smith?
That was Caleb Truex.
Caleb Truex, yeah. Truex, he could have fought me. You know what I'm saying? So I believe David, man. He's very candid when you talk to him. He's a straight shooter, and
I mean everything you say. Believe that.
Yeah, I didn't get no vibe from him like, hey man, just send the contract. He was like, look, man, they ain't send no fucking contract. He said Caleb Plant is lying. They ain't send me no contract. We'll be fighting. He was like, he said Charlo always selling wolf tickets. He said why he never fought Jacobs. He said why he never fought Andre. He said he ain't gonna fight me. He said that fight ain't gonna happen because he don't want to fight. He said he want to fight like the guys he fighting now and hold out for a Canelo fight. But he said I want to fight all these guys. We can have our own title eliminator and get to Canelo if we fight each other. So, and he sounded genuine, man. And I was like, man, he's the real deal. You know what I'm saying? But check out the interview, man. It's on the channel. I hope y'all enjoy it as much as I enjoyed doing it. I'm gonna put it out in clips too, so you guys can for those who got the short attention span, can't sit through an hour. I get it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm definitely, that first clip gonna be that Charlo clip. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna put the Canelo ones out. I'm gonna try to do it all within today and tomorrow. But I hope y'all enjoy it. Thank y'all again for having me on the panel. It's all love on this side, man. And I hope to see y'all on my show soon.
All right, brother.
Mark.
Salute to you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Mark, before you go real quick, just a little clarification. Benavidez, he wanted all the smoke. He been wanting to fight. He's never not wanted to fight with Caleb. But it was Benavidez management team a few years ago between him and Caleb. It wasn't Caleb.
What?
His manager or promoter, whatever he is to him, the Hispanic guy, he's the one that held the fight up between him and Caleb about 2 or 3 years ago.
Why was that? Why did he hold the fight up?
Fred gave it. He wants the fight to be bigger at that time. Fred interviewed the guy, Samuel or whatever his name is, and he said it out his own mouth. And Caleb went to social media and said, see, your own manager, the guy said you can't make the fight right now.
Okay. Well, how long ago was that?
I
When was that?
know that for a fact, but he wanted to get his mandatories out of the way so he can get this Canelo fight.
Yeah. How long ago was that? What year was that?
When he first had the belt.
Club stand there talking to the guy.
And
I forget who was fighting that night.
that was when he first had that belt, and then he lost it. That's been Benavidez's biggest thing, is that he keep losing that belt whenever they lined up to actually fight.
Hey, I told him that too, bro. Look, we had a very candid conversation. My man Major Key, he kept it a buck. He didn't say, hey, you had some. He said, look, man, cocaine, okay, you know what I'm saying, and things like that. And he kept it a buck. He said he didn't go in there and say, nah, it wasn't that, or I was depressed. He said, yo, I was partying. I was young. I had never seen hundreds of thousands of dollars before in my life. And yeah, I made some mistakes. And then he got off track again, So I told him, I said, hey man, you see how hard it is to get these belts back, and what happens when you get off track like that? You're too talented, you powerful, you're young. They ain't gonna want to give you another chance because you're dangerous. You know what I'm saying? He said, yeah. I said, so what are you doing to make sure that doesn't happen again? And he just said basically he's staying 100% focused on boxing, boxing in the morning, boxing at night. You know what I'm saying? He's just not he took out a lot of things in his life. I don't want to spoil too much of the interview, but it's out, man. And yeah, man, I believe him, but I do think he is outgrowing that weight. But he wants to, get a couple more. Because I even talked to him about that, about him getting hit too much. I was like, yo, some say you get hit too much to fight a Charlo or Andre. You know what I'm saying? With that, they can fight on the inside, they can box, they can bang, they got great lateral movement. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, y'all will see though, man. It's a good interview. I hope y'all enjoy it. And
what is it?
It's tough.
When are you gonna air that?
Oh, it's already out. We did it tonight.
Oh, okay.
So it's on the channel. As soon as it starts, it's the first thing. It's the first hour of my show. But I'm gonna drop the clip by itself though too.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, man. Y'all be safe, man. Thank y'all again for everything.
All right, brother.
Have a good night, bro.
All right.
Hey, I got a question for y'all. What did y'all think about Bernard Hopkins telling Andre he needs to be a star?
When he told Andre what?
He told Andre if he wants that fight, he needs to be a star. Wherever Canelo goes, he need to go. He need to make his presence felt nonstop.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's how they used to do it. Old school, man. Ali used to pull up all the time, and that's what needs to happen. It's like, that's what we were asking for. And then when he did it, cats was clowning him. But that's definitely what he needs to do, man. Everywhere Canelo go, he needs to be there and do that so that the fans will basically force Canelo to say, look, shut this guy's mouth up. That's what you want to happen.
No bullshit. I watched the old call out from Andre to him, and he does it to his face. He has called Canelo a bitch, told him he was running scared. What's the problem? He has called Canelo out for years and came right to him and told him he really has done that in multiple times. I'm not gonna say like he consistently done it like every one of his fights or some shit like that. But he has consistently he has done it multiple times. And I was like, damn, if a fighter was all in my press conference calling me bitches and shit and telling me I'm ducking them, I'm scared, I might want to actually fucking fight him, especially if he had a belt. But hopefully after this plant fight, since he's already there, pretty much at the undisputed fight, hopefully he goes there and give him a shot, give him a Charlo a shot. He might make him wait just to be fucking just to be fucked up about it. He might make him wait, and he might give Charlo a shot first. You know, and most likely he might go at Murata first because Murata's probably the easiest one out of the other champions.
Or will he retire after he went undisputed?
No. He's too young.
He want that spin fight.
Okay.
He know
He's
that
too young.
spin fight. That's too much money between them two. They've been talking about that.
Well, here's the problem.
Him and Errol Spence. If they can
Andre's got to fight, man.
That's too much money.
Here's the problem.
Andre has got to. He can call out all that and do all that, and I agree. He needs to hound Canelo, but Andre has also got to fight. You know what I'm saying? And it can't be. And I know people talk about the competition and stuff like that, but he's got to fight more often than what he's fighting. You know, so I kind of feel like, you know what I'm saying? I know he wants to get back in July. I think that's good. You know, he needs to get on his promoter about that. He needs to get a fight with whoever. They was talking about Eubanks. I mean, that's fine. I think he needs to come up to 168. You know, it'd be interesting to see him. And I mean, I know we hate to say, you know, make our fighters do all this heavy lifting, but hey, you got to clear out everything. Go at David Benavidez, you know, or something. You know what I'm saying? But and still continue to call Canelo out like he's doing. But he's got to fight more. That's how I see that going.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Like I said before, here's the thing. I like the call out. I just think he did it at the wrong time. What he should have done is waited until this Caleb fight. Because, you know, I know people are giving this. I'll be straight up. Caleb, he going to beat the shit out of Caleb. He going to take the belt. Now, after he takes the belt, you crash his press conference right after the fight and say, look, I'm the WBO middleweight champion, and I'm putting in my papers Monday to move to 68. You got all the belts. I am the #1 contender for all of those belts. I'm submitting my papers Monday. I'm moving up to 68. You got to fight me or vacate. What you gonna do?
But why is he? Why does he have to move up? I thought
because he's the champion for the WBO. Once he moves up, he is automatically the #1 contender for any championship at that new weight class. So Canelo can't run. There's no way to run.
I understood that part, but I'm saying Canelo has the franchise belt at 160 still.
That's why.
And that's the optimal word in that
sentence.
That's over. He's not at 60 no more. He's at 68.
Yeah.
He's at 68.
Well, I thought
so
he
now,
still has the franchise.
No, that shit don't count no more. He gave that shit up. He don't even want it no more. That franchise shit, he gave it up. But if you're the champion at 68,
I think he still got the franchise. I think.
No, he relinquished it. He gave it up. Canelo said he don't want nothing to do with that shit. Yeah, he gave it up.
Okay, but that's good.
He's still rated as a franchise champ, though. So I mean, he can say that, but he's still rated as a franchise champ. In a way, I look at it, honestly, man.
That's what it said on ESPN. That's what I thought.
But what I'm saying
is how I look at it, man. You know, Canelo can do all that talking and say, "Well, you ain't fought nobody." But my question is, okay, so who has Canelo fought really at 168? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, even the same thing with Charlo. Charlo would say this, you know, bro, you cannot be talking about these guys got trash fights and this, that, another. When you fighting Montiel, man, you can't do that.
Exactly.
Who are you fighting? You know what I'm saying? At least
who is Monte Cristo anyway? Who is Monte
Exactly. Montel, Jordan, whoever you fighting. I mean, come on, bro. No, like. Andrade is a Olympian. You know what I'm saying? He's been a champion for quite a while. You know what I'm saying? And multiple weight divisions. So, I mean, it's unfortunate, but see, the problem I got with all of this, and it's not even Canelo's fault, but everybody wants to talk about Canelo, but they can't figure out how to make their own way. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly.
oh, I want the Canelo fight. I want to, you hear Charlo, all he talks about is Canelo. Like, come on, bro, make your own way. Make Canelo come to you for a fight. You know what I'm saying?
And that's my point, Robert.
Then what happens is everybody cries about A side, B side. Well, you making this guy, you know, we give these guys too much credit sometimes. They come out and we tell them they can do whatever and they're just awesome and they're amazing, and these guys start to believe that. And so then we create these monsters, and we upset when they act like the monsters that we create. Like, I don't get that.
But you see my point, right? If you wait until he gets all 4 belts at 68, then you move up to 68. I'm putting my papers in on Monday. Now you got 90 days to make a decision. Either you gonna fight me or you gonna vacate, but you can't run. And that puts pressure on him that he can't ignore. Now the fans are getting it. Well, he said you gotta fight him. He's mandatory. So what you gonna do, Canelo? You gonna vacate because of this guy, or are you gonna fight this guy and shut him up? Because he won't have a choice at that point.
I said he should have done that when he should have done that when they had the Billy Joe thing. I felt.
Yeah.
Billy Joe was talking about making another fight and all of this, and it would have been cool to have him against Billy Joe on the undercard of Canelo and Average Pilgrim, as some people call him. You know what I'm saying? And then whoever won that, you would have set up the May 8th fight. But the only problem with that WBO thing is that is set up. There's a clause in there where you have to be called the WBO Super Champion. Demetrius Andrade is not the Super Champion and does not qualify as a Super Champion. So because nobody's a Super Champion at 160.
What?
So you have to have the belt and have made at least I want to say it's like 10 title defenses or something like that, or maybe 5. But I think he's made like 4. All right, and you have to have had the belt for so long to be considered the super champion. Now you can petition, but I mean honestly, if we're talking about Canelo, you think the sanctioning bodies are going to rule on the side of anybody versus Canelo?
No,
I mean,
no,
that's a clause in the WBO thing, man. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's not guaranteed. You know, the reason why it happened with Usyk is because Usyk went through that tournament and he also had other belts. You know what I'm saying? So if Andrade had another belt, then he would automatically be the WBO super champion. And see, a lot of times, you know, we miss that. You know what I'm saying? That it's an automatic thing if you're considered the super champion. And I'm just afraid that, you know, when it comes to us, they magically know how to do all that paperwork and cross all their T's and dot all their I's, but everybody else, they can ignore that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say that. I hate for him to lose his title and then just end up, you know, still having to fight a million eliminators to get in position again.
That was my thoughts, because Canelo never has to honor any mandatory if he doesn't want to. And he's got enough belts to where they'll pay another one of those sanctioning bodies to call out a mandatory or something. And when they see it coming, as soon as they see it coming, they will call out have another call a mandatory. That's just what they do.
Well, he needs to make them do that then. They need to do it in publicly so people can see it. But that's the only way I see him getting that fight is to call him out after he got all the belts, say, I'm moving up to 68. That makes me the Mando. You know, for your next fight, you either got to fight me or vacate. What you going to do?
Yeah.
Put him in a corner. Put him in a corner.
Yeah,
He can't run.
He can't run. That's a good idea.
It's sad that Billy Joe Saunders popped dirty and got suspended for the whole little teaching how to beat a woman shit, and missed out on fighting Andrade twice, and then got the fucking Canelo fight.
Yeah, because he had no chance against either. You know, to be honest, Andre would have beat him, and we knew what Canelo was going to do to him. So I don't even know where Billy Joe Saunders came from. I mean, that dude, Who has he fought? Name 10 guys. Name 5 guys he fought. Who has he fought? David Lemieux? Fuck out of here.
Yeah, David Lemieux, and didn't he fight Groves?
Yeah, old Charles Groves.
Yeah.
Charles Groves that fought Carl Froch. So how old is he?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that was his two highlight fight. And I think he beat Eubanks too? Or was that far second?
Yeah, he beat Kirsten Eubanks when he was like 18, 19, some shit like that.
Yeah.
And Eubanks ain't that good any goddamn way, so.
He looked the best in his last fight to me. His last fight, he looked like a resemblance of Roy Jones. He was.
Yeah, he did try the Roy Jones imitation. That did look kind of funny to me. I liked it though.
Yeah.
I thought Eubanks was gonna be stuff for a while, man. I really thought Eubanks was gonna be stuff.
Yeah, but he's a big tough dude. But he's slow and he's plotting. You know, he don't really have no movement. That's what Roy trying to teach him how to move. He comes straight forward, right at you.
His movement is slow, or his hands are slow.
His hands are slow. He's just a big, strong dude that come right at you with no special effects. So you ain't got to look for him to hit him. He's gonna be right in front of you.
You think his hands are slow?
Yeah, he's a big, slow dude. I'm not impressed at all with Eubanks.
I thought his movement was slow, but I thought he had decent speed with it.
I'm not impressed at all with Chris Eubanks.
His old style was pretty slow and robotic, but that's what he showed this last time.
Yeah.
It ain't the same Eubanks.
Nah, he looked a little cool. He looked cute dancing, but he's nothing like his dad. Put it that way. He's not his daddy.
But he was putting them things on, dude.
He was.
With the speed and precision, man. In and out. Real Roy Jones like. I have to give it to him. That's the best I've ever seen him look.
Yeah, that's the best I've ever seen him look too. You're right. That's the best I've ever seen him look. His last fight.
Now, what is a respectable fight that Bud can fight outside of Sean Porter right now? Outside of
Ugas.
He need to get the if they leave that belt with Ugas, he needs to try to get that belt from whichever. Well, even if whatever belt he has, super or regular, he needs to get it from him.
But this is the thing, though.
Ugas needs to fight Bob Arum right now. That's what he needs to do. That's respectable. Fight Bob Arum.
Yeah.
Dude, that's what I'm talking about. Because goddamn, how did you pay Khan $7 million for a non-title fight, but you can't offer that $7 million to somebody that got a title? I mean,
Eli,
come on.
You want me to answer that? You want me to answer that?
Yes, I want you to answer that. Yes, I want you to answer that.
Bob will pay people of different ethnicities and certain complexions more than he will pay others. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he won't even pay Bill. Look what the fuck he paid Bill.
It might be non-Americans actually, because I mean those last two. I mean those two we're talking about is they're both British fighters, and they both
I mean, come on, man.
Ethnic.
Look how they sucked this dude Lomachenko off. Look how they suck him off.
See, Bob,
and I'm telling you, that guy is not that good. That guy is not impressive. Lomachenko is not that good.
Let me tell you what Bob looking at. Think about it now. This is the same scenario in all these fights. We're talking about Bud and what's the kid name? What's the kid name? The Arabic kid from Britain.
Conor Ben?
The one that got the fast hands but glass chin.
Oh, Amir Khan.
Amir Khan. Okay. You got Amir Khan. You got Kell Brooks, and then you got Kell Brooks. Then you got Lomachenko. What does the three of those guys have in common? They're not from the United States.
Exactly.
So Bob is looking at the possibility of pulling in dollars from not only the United States when he messes these fighters up, but also from other countries, where they're respectively from, and any other little small countries around him. And because he keeps complaining about Terrence doesn't do well with pay-per-view, doesn't sell fights well, this, that, and blah, blah, blah. And so he don't, I read something on somebody, it was either on Instagram or something, but it was a tweet or something where he, some kind of response, he's telling somebody, Terrence just don't sell, and It was a business decision because he was talking about the Pacquiao fight. They were asking why they didn't get the Pacquiao fight or whatever. And he was saying the site fee was good money and it was worth it and it was needed. And then we back to, Terrence don't sell fights and all this type of thing. But that's what he pays you. That's what he pays you for, Bob, to sell fights. And I understand what he said about the man. He's not colorful, but that's the promoter's job.
But the thing is with that, man, Pacquiao don't need nobody to sell a fight. Pacquiao sell a fight by himself just by showing up. So that's bullshit.
That Bob missed that boy's fight. Look, that's three legendary fighters he could have had fights with. That Bob, some kind of way, has been in the middle of that didn't happen. Not counting Earl Spencer himself. But we talking about Porter,
give you my thought? You want me to give you my thought on Bob? You want me to give you my thought on Bob?
Please.
Bob is a fucking racist.
I don't know if he's racist.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Because he made the most money he's ever made in his career through a brother.
Then why is he fucking over Then why is he fucking over the best fighter that he got?
Because Bob, the race he likes the most is the green one. And he's an old man, and he's set in his ways, and he's looking at the fact that this, that, and the other. And granted, when they were talking about the Pacquiao fight, COVID was still upon us, so a lot of stuff was locked out. But at the same time, they get to the point of unlocking some of these countries in the arenas and events. Event centers. But the thing is, Bob is always thinking about the bottom line. He don't want to overly pay certain fighters. He don't want to.
He overly pays Lomachenko.
Yeah, he thinks that he knows more about boxing than anyone else. So this is a prime example why you don't always need a promoter. He pays that's part of what the percentage that Bob is supposed to get from his fighter is for him to sell the fights. Period. Because the promoters are who gets the back end most of the time. They are the ones that get the back end of money. When people buy tickets, people buy concessions, that's promoters' money. That ain't the fighters' money. The only time the fighter gets that money is if they help promote the fight themselves.
Bob has never really been a true promoter, though. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, Bob always needed somebody else. Even back when he went with Ali could talk to fight himself. You know what I'm saying? Bob can say what he wanted about Don King, but he needed Don King. Don King could sell you anything. Bob still has the same old style. He tries to get somebody who has a country behind them or a nation of people behind them, and these little special dates and stuff like that, and that's how he promotes. Because if you think about it, think about Mayweather. Bob claimed that it wasn't going to be no money in Mayweather De La Hoya, right? Bob is also, I got Bob on record saying that 2 black fighters don't sell. When they was talking about Mayweather and Zab Judah fight, no, that's not gonna sell. Yeah, it will. You know what I'm saying? But that's Bob has a formula. You either got to have a country behind you or a certain nationality, and he tries to play to that. He's still trying to play with that because look at Shakur Stevenson, right? The first time you heard somebody about Shakur and Puerto Rican and all that, Bob tried to drop that because he wanted to do something with the Puerto Rican Day Parade. He did the same thing with Cotto, you know what I'm saying, and all this other stuff. It's just Bob, a whole style of promoting, man, but he's not really a promoter in my opinion because he don't talk up a fight. He wants fighters to do all that themselves, and Terrence ain't gonna do that, man.
Yeah, Bob's a piece of shit.
Bob just want to invest in the fight and get his percentage out of it and his return on his investment, and that's it. He don't want, like you said, he's not gonna talk the fight up. Eddie Hearn, we don't have to like him, but the man does a hell of a job promoting his fighters. He makes sure they get some money. He talk it up. Joshua don't have to say nothing. Eddie Hearn does all the talking. Eddie Hearn does all the talking for most of his fighters. You know what I'm saying? So now Andrade is not getting what he should be getting, but at the same time, I think guys like Andrade is not only just he does, talk up a good game. It's the fact that these fighters don't want to fight the man because they know how good he is. And a lot of times you can have a situation where you miss out on a lot of big fights because people know how good you are. Just like McCollum said, You know, a lot of guys that want to fight him back in the day. And he checked him on it later on in the year. They talked whoever that fight was. Oh man, man, I love you, man. If you love me, why didn't you fight? You know, back in the day, could have made a check.
Well, you gotta look at this. Here's something that'll explain it to you. Just to break it down for you real good. Manny Pacquiao was supposed to fight Terrence Crawford. Am I correct?
Why they were under the same umbrella?
He's supposed to fight him. He wanted $40 million, and he wasn't budging. Was he? He wasn't budging.
Well, that's what we were told by
That's what he
Bob.
wanted.
That's what we were told by Bob. I don't know who I believe. I didn't hear Manny Pacquiao say that.
But he's taking less money.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what $40 million was what we were told by Bob.
Sometimes it's not.
Or not.
Well, what I'm saying is what you're saying is correct, Santos. Sometimes it's not that. Sometimes some fighters say, I'm not fighting that dude. Or you got to pay me a shitload of money to fight him.
They said that Pacquiao had signed. And that Bomax got online and said that he told Crawford. So that's not the case.
Wait a minute, what you say, Eli?
They said Pacquiao had signed the fight. They say Bomac told them don't sign the fight. And then they came back and said there was no proof of funds. The split was supposed to have been like 80-20.
Would you sign that? To fight anybody?
Yes, I would, because you ain't fighting nobody. You made $0 million right now. So you ain't fighting nobody. You got one more fight on the Bob Arum supposedly. You made $0 million right now. The most you made in your career was 5.5 against Ton. And you talking about double that? Yeah, let's get it. Let's go.
We're talking about putting
80-20 split.
Make 10 million.
I'm not concerned about it. See, that's a problem. What's your price? You see what I'm saying? You making double what you've made in your career. Why are you worried about what the other man is gonna make? You see what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
You making double what you and so you sit out for what? So now you've made how much money this year? And I'm not talking about extra stuff from boxing. You've made no money this year. Bob still continues to dangle certain fights for you, but he's not gonna give them to you. You really think he's gonna give him Josh Taylor now? That Josh Taylor is a star and all that? No, he's not gonna give that to him.
He's not gonna feed Josh Taylor to Crawford. He would.
Not unless Bud resigns for another 4 or 5 years. You see what I'm saying? And see, that's what Bob does. Bob will sign the guy for a contract, right? And then they get to their last fight and he dangles, hey, if you re-sign, we can get this fight done. And then there's 3 or 4 more fights against nobodies. And then it comes up to the last fight of your contract. You have to continue to re-sign for Bob to give you anything. That's where Crawford made the mistake the first time re-signing. You see what I'm saying?
Right. You're right.
And I'm gonna tell you something else. As long as he's got that WBO belt, I don't think he's gonna be free from it. He's gonna have to do just like Mikey did.
Or just not sign. Fuck it. His name is big enough. He don't need Bob Arum. He can go somewhere else.
But see, that's the thing, man. I can't blame Bob for Bud's situation because this man told you he losing money fucking with you. You know, you don't promote fight, and I'm losing money for. Why would you turn around and sign back with a promoter that tells you that?
So he told him that after he re-signed, the way out there. I mean, Bob just put that out there. What, late last year or earlier this year? Late last year.
I thought he told him that right before he re-signed with him again.
No, because he re-signed. What did he re-sign? 19?
2018.
2018. I know it's something. So he re-signed a while ago, but Bob just started spewing all that stuff out of his mouth until recently. You know, within the past year.
Bud re-signed when Bob got that big contract with ESPN. Bud saw that and then he re-signed.
Bud was the first headline fighter that signed, and they had like an exclusive thing for Bud, supposedly.
Remember, they was hot on Bud then.
But Champion Hart is right though. Champion Hart is right though, because Bob has said before that he didn't, you know, he really didn't make much money. He said that prior to Bud signing too. I mean, it wasn't. He didn't blast it out like that, but he said that before.
I didn't remember that because it doesn't make a lot of sense because he tied that ESPN deal with Bud. You know that had a lot to do with the ESPN deal.
But see, Bud got a guarantee too. You see what I'm saying? Bud got that
Yeah,
guarantee, that
got
3
guaranteed.
point. And think about it. Bob don't come out for nothing. But Bud is the only fighter pretty much. And this is why Bud don't care who he fights. He's gonna make his 3 to 4 million guaranteed whether he fights Errol Spence or whether he fights, Boo Boo the Fool over here. He's still gonna make his money. It don't matter.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And you don't see many fighters that have Bob over a barrel like that. And he's got that $1 million penalty for every year that Bob don't give him the Spence fight. You see what I'm saying? So it's like.
So it's advantageous to him in a way.
Say it again.
It's advantageous to him in a way.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, if you don't care, and that's why I laugh sometimes when people talk about legacy and stuff like that. Look, Bud has already accomplished a lot, right? So once he got undisputed at 140, I really don't, and he'll say it, but I don't think he's really concerned about legacy at this point because he's comfortable. He's comfortable. He's making money no matter who he fights.
Right.
He's already on the ride for Hall of Fame, and he knows that. So he has that in his bag, and he's like you say, he's getting those guaranteed minimums per fight, no matter if he fight me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I can't sell that. You know what I'm saying? So,
I just feel like if I feel like I'm the number one welterweight, and I look around and I see guys like Sean Porter getting paid $7-8 million. I see guys like Thurman getting paid $10 million and shit. If I see Mikey Garcia come up and make $13 million and come ahead of me, if I'm looking at Errol Spence and I'm looking at him in $20 million fights and I'm looking at all the money being made for one fight, and these guys are getting multiple fights with each other, and they all celebrating this shit. And I'm just sitting here holding this belt, and I'm just sitting here getting paid the bare minimum and getting trash. Like I want to get into these big fights. Like that's how it's not even just legacy. It's just maximizing yourself in your career.
But the bottom line is this, Eli, you can only fight the guys who want to fight you. If all these guys like a Porter and a Danny Garcia and a Spence and they don't want to fight you.
Sure, you believe them guys don't want to fight him. You keep seeing them making offering themselves, and you keep seeing Bob not making offers back. Kenny Porter just got on and said, I sit down, I asked him, just give me an offer, just give me an offer. He's like,
let me ask you this. And then I'll be off it. I'll ask you this and I'll be off it. If Sean Porter could take $2 million to fight Errol Spence when he had a belt, right? Why can't he take $2 million to fight Bud Crawford when he don't have a belt?
Did he take $2 million or did he
$2 million guaranteed? You can Google that.
But there's no back end. There's back end when you fought Errol.
You trying to sit here and tell me that a Bud Crawford versus Sean Porter fight would not be pay-per-view?
I didn't say
no, that's not pay-per-view.
He's offering him $1 million.
What?
That's not pay-per-view, bro.
That's not
He offered him $1 million.
No.
Yes, pay-per-view.
$800.
Real fighters,
that's pay-per-view
real
for
fight
us
fans will pay to see that fight.
Yeah, real fight fans, but they not gonna sell that as pay-per-view. That's not going unless that pay-per-view is $19 to $20. You know what I'm saying? That's not a pay-per-view. That's not gonna do good numbers.
It could be $45.95. Somebody buy it.
So Chris Arreola and that other dude is pay-per-view, but Bud and Sean ain't?
No. Chris Arreola, that wasn't pay-per-view either. It shouldn't have been. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna do the numbers that they talking about doing. See, okay, so I'll say this, all right, because a lot of people get all bent out of shape and they talk about, you realize Kell Brook got $2 million, right, to fight Bud, right?
Right.
So for them to turn around and say, now Sean was never given an offer, okay? And see, this is why I get at people about when they talk about the 60-40 and all that with Spence and all that. There was no formal negotiation. There was no offer made. That was just talk on the internet, okay? Right. But you really want to get into it. What he's talking about is a split for the pay-per-view, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so for his career, how many pay-per-view buys has Terrence Crawford done? We say probably about 200 to 250,000. Is that about fair?
Yes, yeah, that's what's reported. Yeah, you're right. That's it.
Okay. All right. Now, what about Spence? How many has he done for his career? Would you say maybe about 900,000 to 960, right? Because it's 3 pay-per-view fights.
Okay.
3 pay-per-view fights, right? I'm talking about total.
Which ones?
Almost a million.
All of them combined.
You talk about Porter, Garcia,
and Danny Garcia. All together, that probably adds up to about 900,000, right?
Yeah. That's
okay.
Right.
And Crawford's been on pay-per-view twice, and his pay-per-views all together probably added up to 200 some thousand. We'll round it up, say 250.
Okay.
All right. So when you really think about that, if you're talking about pay-per-views and you add those numbers together, then based on what your pay-per-view numbers have been, that's really an 80-20 split, isn't it? If I've done 900,000 and you've done 200 some thousand, that's about 80-20, isn't it?
Well, you got to look at pay-per-view results, and you also got to look at viewership on regular fight results too. You can't just go by pay-per-view, because pay-per-view can throw everything off because of marketing at the time of economy and everything.
But that's what we're talking about, though. We're talking about pay-per-view, right? Because that's what the split is based on. It's not based on anything else but pay-per-view sales in that instant. Because you're gonna get a certain amount, and then on the back end, you know what I'm saying?
How many people watch Terrence fight without pay-per-view?
Oh, he got the highest viewership on ESPN.
You gotta look at that
right.
too.
On ESPN, but how many people watch? How many people watch Spence after the Olympics on regular TV too, though? You see what I'm saying?
That's true, but at the time, Spence's name, when he got the title, when he beat Kell Brooks, that's when things started going in an upward trajectory for him. Not at the beginning. Spence was one of those fights I liked him, but he wasn't headlining when he first started, and that's a fight that some people missed. A lot of us got to go back and watch his earlier fights because we didn't see him all.
I thought Spence was a headliner since Al Jordan.
He was a headline.
He was a headline.
Okay, and then he was a headline for after the Olympics, directly after the Olympics.
But he wasn't main event he wasn't main event every time, fellas. He wasn't main event every time.
I understand that, but what I'm talking about when we're talking about pay-per-view numbers is what I'm talking about here. But even further than that, go back to Mayweather's days, right? What was you remember his purse?
Yeah, we'll never see that again, though.
No, but I'm asking. Mayweather's pay-per-view, when he wanted to be a pay-per-view star and he fought De La Hoya. You remember what De La Hoya made and what Mayweather made?
Yeah, it was a 70-30 split. Yeah, he got that.
Exactly. 70-30 split. You got to start somewhere. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that was the last time Floyd said that's going to be the last time I'm going to be the B-side to anything. And then after that, he made his money. You see what I'm saying?
That's true what you're saying, but when Mayweather fought De La Hoya, look at the stratosphere level that De La Hoya was already at. Spence is a great fighter. He's well known, but he ain't in that same stratosphere that Oscar was in at that time when him and Mayweather fought. Nowhere near.
Oh, I agree. But all I'm saying is,
check this out. Hold on, check this out. When he fought Mikey, he didn't sell it. He sold that fight. They both sold that fight. It wasn't just one person selling that fight. They both sold that fight.
That was both their first pay-per-view. Yeah.
Okay, take away Mikey, take away Danny, take away Sean Porter, and put and Sean Porter. They actually look at Sean Porter as the same situation with Bud, like he don't sell fights. Now, when you take another fighter, let's say, okay, Josh Taylor, put Josh Taylor against Spence. How well you think he's gonna do then?
He's gonna do the same amount of numbers.
Hold on. So you think that Josh Taylor and Spence would be a bigger viewed fight than Bud and Spence?
No, not in Bud.
Of course not. That's why Bud. No. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Bud is bringing something to the table because people want to see that fight. People want to see that fight.
How many people tuned in to see? Let me ask you this, because y'all know it. How many people tuned in to see Bud? Y'all said the biggest fight on ESPN. How many people tuned in to see Bud?
4 million.
4 million, right? Okay, when Spence fought after the Olympics, how many people tuned in to see that fight?
6 million.
Okay.
64.
So by that, you know, like you just said, 6 and 4, right?
Also that 6 million. That 6 million he brought in, that was during the Mayweather era. People were buying fights and not streaming as much as they are now.
No, I'm talking just on these guys, man.
Look, viewership is down. Paid viewership and legalized viewership is down right now compared to what it used to be when Mayweather was fighting.
But what's the name also fought at that time?
Listen, y'all keep taking away what the reality of what happened. Y'all keep wanting to say, well, what if he didn't do this? What if he... No, let's talk about what is. Y'all trying to make a case for Crawford, and we know in reality Crawford does not deserve that 50-50 fight just based on...
I can't say...
That's why we can't get the fight, man.
Pre-Pacquiao fight, I can't say that. I can't agree with pre-Pacquiao. After Pacquiao, I can agree to that.
I understand what you're saying, but the only thing I'm saying is Crawford's pay-per-views were also during that same era of people buying pay-per-views, and it did not sell. Now I'm not saying that that's because Crawford don't have fans. I know he's got fans. He don't have a good promoter. You know what I'm saying? But and again, it was Bob doing the same old thing. Oh, I'll get Khan. Khan has got, you know, the nations in the Middle East, and he's got a country behind him, and it didn't sell. You see what I'm saying? But my point is, when people get all bent out of shape about somebody saying 60-40 over the internet, when there's been no formal offer made, I mean, you got to chill on that, because if you really want to pull numbers, then you know what I'm saying, it kind of adds up. You know what I'm saying? It do. I think both of them are going to bring guys to the fight, but I think Spence brings more, is all I'm saying.
It just makes...
What the truth of the matter, you just said something that reminded me. The truth of the matter is, we shouldn't be worried about the percentages anyway. With fans, that's for them to work out. However, they put it out there for us to bicker back and forth about it. And I keep telling people all the time, they tricking us every time. They put these narratives out there for us to go back and forth and to get us riled up. And then they use that dialect, that information, and they form these fights the way they want to form them. They just like this Joshua Fury thing. They railroad us about that Joshua Fury. God, there I just missed my stop.
That's true.
Caught up with the fight.
Hey,
but yeah,
y'all
you're
right. Hey, you're right, because we just spent 30 minutes on this bullshit.
I only wanted to actually think that he was going to finish Josh Taylor in October, because it made sense that he's trying to get him with foreign fighters that have a different country. So Josh Taylor actually makes sense to give him.
I don't even want to see that fight. That fight is going to be a wash.
They ain't gonna fight. Josh got to fight.
Exactly why I said his next fight needs to be his Bob.
This guy's fight is mandatory. Now Bob told it, and
that would be
and Josh told it too.
And that would be unfair to Josh. Why would you feed Josh to Bud? Don't do that.
Right. First fight until 147.
Yeah, he gonna get murdered.
Exactly.
Now I'm gonna tell you something.
I think Bud would beat the shit out of that.
If Bud accept that fight, I can't support it. About what percentage or whatever anybody talk about that, because that's stupidity. That's real stupidity right there. That's worse than re-signing on the contract.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, Santos.
That fight does nothing for him.
If he takes that fight with Josh Taylor, I'm done with his ass too.
Yeah, because that fight does nothing for his career. Period. Point
exactly.
All it do is that's like fighting an old man in the joint. Young man fighting an old man in the joint. They said, "Man, why you whoop on that old man like that?" You know what I'm saying? You get some points like that, man.
But who does he fight if he can't get no PBC fighter?
Shoot, hey, hey, I'd rather see him fight Ortiz or Enos. I'd rather see him fight one of them guys.
Fighter. Who does he fight? No PBC fighter.
One of the young guys.
No PBC fighter.
Virgil or Enos PBC.
Well, Enos is promoted by what's the guy? He's promoted by Swell. He's controlled by PBC.
He's promoted by Cameron Duncan. So he just fights on Showtime, but he's not under PBC.
You're right.
I think Ennis is supposed to be going at Custio Clay next. Though Ennis is the highest ranked contender in the WBO, that's probably not busy.
with other fights, so they could order that. I mean, you know, but Ortiz is not. He's not going at Bud. He's gonna fight Bud's leftovers and Kavaliauskas. So I don't think that's gonna happen.
And that's a good fight for him.
See, unfortunately, I think they freeze. I think Bud is being frozen out too, to a certain extent, man, because you know, Bob, you know, nobody wants to do business over there, man. Because also Bob, see, people don't realize Bob likes to put options on people too, man. You know what I'm saying? So you fight his fighter, but he owns you for 2 or 3 more fights, you know, and nobody wants that, you know.
That's why Eddie Hearn get that stuff from too. He want to promote everybody in a future fight.
Bud got 4 choices, fellas. He got 4 choices.
Hey,
He can fight Ennis.
Blame Bob.
He can fight. He can fight Ennis. He can fight Virgil. He can fight Porter, or he can fight Ugas. That's the only 4 fights he got. Maybe he could get Thurman, but Thurman's probably around 200 pounds right now. He ain't ready for no fight.
I don't think none of those fighters are scared of Terrence. I think they would love that fight right now. And I think they would talk it up and make a payday out of it. The problem is Bob does not want to do business with Al on Bud, does not want to pay those fighters. He does not want to pay those fighters because if he pays those fighters, he tips his hand to Bud, and Bud looks at his market value. Well, I just beat this fighter and you paid him this much.
What month is this? This is May? You should wait till October. Don't fight no goddamn body.
No, he owes one more fight at least. He's got to fight. He's got to fight one more fight. See, the contract is not just up in October. He owes another fight on that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got
you. So he got to fight somebody.
Finding somebody.
Bud owes 4 times. Bud was supposed to fight this month.
Catch a cab driver. Fight a cab driver.
Next month, and then Bud supposed to fight September. Now he's saying Bud gonna fight in October. He done moved Bud date 4 fucking times. He is shelving Bob.
Yeah.
That's the reality of it. He's shelving.
Hey, Champion Hart, was that you? Did you say it's 2 more fights, brother?
No, I think Eli, didn't you say that it was 2 more fights?
No, it's supposed to be 1 more fight is what he's saying, but I said he moved his fight 4 times.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, he had him scheduled in May at first, then it was June, then it was fucking September, and now he talking about October. He shelving Bud, man. And Bud was down there putting that work. Bud was in Colorado. Imagine the money that Bud unloaded in working in a training camp and then having to back up.
But see, Bud is comfortable with the guarantee, just like Santos. I think Santos was saying that. Bud is comfortable with the guarantee. He don't really care. I mean, you know, he'll go fight Johnny Macaroni. He don't give a damn. Yeah,
That's
he's
right.
comfortable.
Yeah. And another thing to think about too, if he's saying September, think about it. What date is that going to be in September? Because you got the NFL in, right? So the stadiums and college football, all of that's going to be starting to fill up, right? Exactly. Okay. And then in September, I'm pretty sure we're going to end up getting Canelo against Plant on like around the 18th.
I already got a cool boy Stephen Brandon Figueroa September 11th.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
And then we don't know what Joshua's going to do. They were talking about toward the 21st and the 28th, but you know how that bounces around and gets further down. So how many dates are going to be available in September before these guys all start coming around again? You see what I'm saying?
What's the story on that right now? Joshua, they gave him 10 days.
10 days to negotiate, or he's going to be stripped.
Do you think he dropped that belt?
No, he gonna fight Usyk. Usyk is not a challenge. He's gonna fight and beat the shit out of Usyk.
Hey man, don't forget they be tricking us. I feel like they already had that, and they already got them numbers worked out. They just telling us 10 days and all that bullcrap. And they all it's very funny that they always pull this stuff out at the last minute.
at the last minute.
Think about it. They already got this stuff in the works, man. You don't put no multi-million-dollar event or deal together in the last minute. See what I'm
That's
saying? It's bullcrap. They've been talking.
You got to remember this.
Yeah.
That's facts. You're right.
That's a multi-million-dollar deal for one guy. Usyk ain't gonna make no money off this fight.
Well, just the event itself is what I'm talking about. You know, it's a multi-million-dollar event.
Yeah, it's just.
Well, they had already negotiated Usyk's payoff. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, he had to take a step aside. So they already negotiated an amount of money for him.
Yeah, you got to think about this. They got a schedule.
Near what Anthony Joshua gets.
They got the event, the event center wherever they have it at. They got the television time, internet time, whatever it is. They got all those are different entities that they got to take care of. They got that stuff got to be scheduled out.
But that fight gonna be in the UK, bro. That fight ain't gonna be.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that stuff got to be scheduled out. You ain't gonna just drop in on somebody's television spot or at their venue without prior discussions. But they might be to book some other opportunities. You know what I'm saying? So it's just bull crap.
Yeah, and you also got to remember too. You talking about the UK? They only got really two sports over there: boxing and football. That's about it.
Chill.
No, they got darts, man. They got darts.
hey, Chill. Are you at work?
No, I'm at home.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw a lot of feedback.
Yeah.
It's a lot of feedback coming out of yours when
you probably on the balcony, man. You know.
Yeah. I gotta go, brothers. My tablet is dying, man. Plus, I gotta get this load in the morning, man. Much respect to you, brothers. And I'm gonna holler back at y'all, man.
Hey, you be safe with that load, my man.
All right, most definitely, man.
All right, Champion Hard. Thank you, brother.
All right, now salute to you, brothers.
All right, bro.
Man, a bird or a bug or something, a bug, they'll splatter right on my windshield wiper, man. As soon as I wipe, it's gonna smear. Kiss my leg. Yeah, man, that's
So y'all say Usyk don't pose a threat to Josh?
No, he don't pose a threat. He don't have no pop. He don't have no pop.
Think this is what I think. If he don't respect Joshua's power, he could possibly win a boxing match against Joshua. But I think the power is going to be a little overwhelming for him because I saw how effective. When he fought Bellew, man, who's not a big puncher. Bellew was getting at it, until he hurt Bellew. But and then Chisora was giving him something to think about too, But of course, Chisora is just super slow. You know what I'm saying? He just wings his punches, but he always throw big punches. So Joshua can put combos together and he can hit you with some hot stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I think Joshua hurts him one or two times, and again, we'll see. But if Joshua can't hurt him, and he don't respect Joshua's punching power, it could be effective. I don't think he can get a close win against Joshua in Joshua's home country. I don't see that. He's too beloved there.
He don't go 12, Santos.
He may not, but the reason I'm saying what I'm saying,
he goes to sleep.
He might, but I've never seen him seriously hurt though. And none of the fights I've seen him in. I hope so. I hope so because I want to see these heavyweights go at it still. These top three. I don't want anything to impede. I want Wilder to have a shot at Joshua. I want him to beat Fury. I want him to have a shot at Joshua. And if Joshua don't take the fight this time, then we know he's straight up double.
Do you know those top three heavyweights? There's only one threat out there to all of them. There's only one guy.
Who was that?
Joe Joyce. That's the only threat they got.
Yeah, but he ain't gonna get the big fights just yet.
But he's the only threat.
He's a threat because he can take a punch. He can take a punch. He can give a punch, but he's slow as molasses.
But the rest of the dudes get washed. The Dillian Whites, the Andy Ruizes, them dudes get washed.
Yeah. Them ones they need to see right now.
The only guy that's a threat out there right now is Joe Joyce. And Anderson and all them young kids ain't ready yet.
What do y'all think about the Devin Haney for?
It's gonna be a better fight than people think it is.
You said Devin Haney?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a great fight, man. I'm glad I
You think
don't know.
Lamar is gonna show up?
I might get a
Yeah,
load
But
this
we
weekend.
know
I
his
don't know.
key to victory.
it depends on what Linares shows up, though. You're right.
Yeah, that's my. I think honestly, I think Haney just flat out outworks him. I think Haney. I'm not looking at the knockout just because if the knockout comes, cool. But I think Haney just flat out outworks him and beats him.
Yeah, I can see that too, bro. Best P, what you think?
I agree. That's my understanding. But I agree. I just think Devin gonna outbox him pretty much. And if the knockout happen to come, it comes. I think he's just gonna be just a little bit too athletic and quick, and just his overall boxing, his overall boxing ability, he should beat him. You know, he should win. You know, he don't really win fights. Linares don't win big fights like this against talented dudes like that. He always falls just a little short. So I think, Devin been waiting for these type of big fights too. He been eager for something like this. So he knows it's gonna put his name even more on the map. So I'm expecting him to come out and give a very good technical boxing performance, like he usually does. I don't really
You know
see
what?
much different happening.
They got Jason Quigley versus Shane Mosley Jr. on this card.
Shane
On the
Mosley
undercard?
Jr.
On the
Yeah,
undercard?
yeah, on
It's
the
a good fight.
undercard.
It's a good fight.
Mhm.
Mosley
Did you
probably
say
beats him.
How do you
say
see that
Shane?
one?
Did y'all say
I
Shane
see.
Mosley Jr.?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mosley. Yeah,
Yeah, he
Mosley
ain't
probably beats him.
nuts since he been pro, man.
He beats this guy though. He beats this guy.
Well,
Quigley's
Jason
nothing to
Quigley.
be. Yeah, Quigley's nothing to be impressed with. Very
That man.
basic.
Shane Mosley
It's kind of
Jr.
like a setup for Mosley Jr. in my opinion. That dude Quigley is nothing special.
Oh, but shoot, what is Junior though? Junior ain't nothing special. Well, maybe I hadn't seen him in his latest fights, maybe that's why. But these fights I
He's
saw
a little,
before, he wasn't
yeah.
doing nothing.
He's a little more special than this guy, believe me.
Okay. It seems like he don't perform under the lights though, Junior.
Yeah. Like the moment gets too big for him sometimes.
Because I know he's got ability. I know that for fact, but he just don't. I mean, every time I seen him in a fight that was headline, where there was a lot of talk about the fight, a little promotion. He just didn't perform under the lights like I thought he would, man. I don't expect him to be just like his daddy, but I expect him to be, a little bit more of an aggressive fighter. Not aggressive in the sense where he got to be going forward the whole fight, but I'm saying he didn't spark me at all. And I mean, it's like I seen him. To me, it looked like he wasn't throwing his hand. I've seen him give away some fights. I thought that's the fights I thought he could. I mean, every fight I've seen him lose, it seemed like he could have done better. So I just haven't been impressed. I stopped keeping up with him on purpose.
I feel bad. They got a fight on here, women's junior welterweight title on the line. I don't know neither one of these women.
Yeah, Chantel Cameron, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Chantel Cameron and Melissa Hernandez.
Yeah, I think Cameron's a champion.
Yeah.
I've heard her. I can't remember what fight I saw of hers, but yeah, she's pretty. It should be a good fight. She's a pretty good fighter.
I know Nonito Donaire and Ubali are supposed to be fighting too. I don't know what the card's shaping up like.
That's Saturday. That's on Showtime. That's on Showtime.
Gary Russell Jr. brothers fighting on that card against the dude that just fought against Broner.
Yeah.
Santiago?
Yep. Yep.
Oh, wow.
Gary Antoine Russell and Santiago.
He gonna beat the shit out of him.
Yeah,
Gary
yeah,
Antoine
Gary
Russell can
Antoine.
fight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Gary
Antoine gonna beat the
Antoine's
shit out of
nice.
him.
Yeah, he can
Yeah, he
fight.
gonna beat the shit out of him.
That boy dangerous. He can fight. He a very talented dude, man. I like him a lot. The only thing I think I said one time before we mentioned him, I said the only thing I just worry about with him that other stuff like what his brother do and them stuff don't
Yeah.
affect his career. He
Right.
can throw. That boy
Yeah.
can throw. So you
He
remember
gonna do to this guy.
you
He gonna
remember
do
as
to
an
this guy what
amateur.
Broner should have done.
Yeah, he gonna get him out of there. Watch, because he could punch. He
Mm-hmm.
could punch, and he lightning quick, and he can go to the body hard. He gonna get him out of there. I would not be surprised at all, and that's what I expect. That dude is a super talented dude, man. But mind you, that dude
You know
beat
that card right
he
there
beat
made
Al,
a
he beat
super.
Ennis 3 out of the 4 times they fought as amateurs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Yeah, he a super talent,
I'm ready
man.
to see more of him, man. I'm ready to see
Yeah,
more of him, bro.
yeah,
He can
yeah,
fight.
yeah. He a super talent, man. Like I said, he just need to fight. That's it. He just need to fight.
I honestly think I'm gonna end up like watching these fight and then going over and watching and watching Haney because this card right here, I can see
It's
some knockouts
lit.
happening. Matias is a pretty heavy-handed guy from the couple fights that I have gotten to see off him.
Yeah.
Then
And that's a
Yeah,
tournament
that's the
fight
guy
too. You
that
know that, right?
that's the guy that killed that Russian guy.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's
I think
fighting.
his last fight, he looked like he was kind of getting over that. You know, he was a couple fights after that, he was a little bit, kind of leering. You know what I'm saying? But his last fight, he looked like he was less hesitant. And this is part of that IBF. They ordered like a little 4-man tournament to see who would be the top challenger for 140. And this is the first part of that Matias fight. So that should be good, man. And this dude he fighting is pretty good too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you right, Eli. I'm gonna watch this Showtime card and then flop over for the Haney fight.
Yeah, I mean, Donaire and Ubali, I think that's gonna be fireworks. That's a 50-50 pick 'em fight. Ubali has a good work rate, good pressure, and just is a good puncher, good solid puncher. Donaire, shit, he's a veteran, and shit, hell, if you look wrong, he'll have you in a war, and then fuck around and knock you out. So I
But
think
that's the
we'll
thing.
have all knockouts in that card.
But that's the thing. That depends on that fight is just like the Linares Haney fight. It depends on what Donaire shows up.
But I think this is gonna be a knockout one way or the other between him and Ubali. I think one of them gonna knock the other one out. And Matias, same thing.
How old
Same
is
thing.
Donaire now? Donaire's like 60, right?
You better get ready for that.
38,
Yeah.
I think you're like 38, 39, something like
I
that.
think I'm like 38.
He said 60.
I got it.
I'm ready for him to go away too, Shelf.
Yeah, he 38. But
Yeah, Donaire been around forever.
Yeah. Hey, he ain't been the same since Rigondeaux got a hold of him.
Beat the shit out of him.
Man, question.
I don't think Ubali's that young either, though. Honestly, I think Ubali's
No,
up there
he's not.
too.
He's 34.
Ain't he?
He's 34.
Okay, yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I thought he was up there.
Well,
Yeah,
shit, you right, Eli. This might be a good fight then.
That's what I'm saying. I think it'll be a good fight. And then not only that, he's 34, but he's only 5'3.5". Let's call him 5'7". You got a 57-inch reach against a 67-inch reach against a 68.5-inch reach.
Yeah,
they're only
Donaire should smoke him.
Yeah, it's a good fucking fight, and it's a southpaw versus the orthodox. Donaire orthodox, Ubali is southpaw. I think it'll be a damn good fight. I think it should be a damn good fight.
Let's talk about this one though. Let's talk about June 12th, y'all.
Let's go.
Lomachenko, Nakatani.
Yeah.
I got Loma getting stopped.
You got Loma being stopped.
Knock the fuck out.
I don't see that one. I mean, well, anybody can be stopped if he's caught, right?
It's possible.
But I don't see him.
You gotta think about this, man. You gotta think
He
about
fighting
this.
Nakatani. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know he was fighting him. Okay, that's
He's fighting
interesting.
Nakatani. And this is it for Nakatani. Nakatani knows this is his shot. He also knows he's not gonna outbox Loma.
Can he deal with the
But I
speed
can
of Loma take?
but I can smother him and outfight him and knock his ass out. That's my only chance. I gotta beat him up.
Yeah,
It's gonna be about it. That would be about his best shot. I don't see it happening though, but that'd be about his best shot. He too easy. Nakatani too damn easy to hit, man. He's too easy to hit.
And that quickness is gonna be a problem.
But do Loma had a pop at 35?
Yeah, but them angles and that speed gonna be the issue for Nakatani.
Yeah, he's just too easy to hit for
He
me.
ain't gonna be able to match that quickness in those angles.
Somebody in the chat say that fight's on the 26th. Is that right?
Yeah, that's not the 12th. Shakur goes on the 12th. That fight's the 26th, I think. Along with Tank,
shit.
the same day as Tank. Yeah.
And
Oh,
Rob
yeah.
Grant fighting on the undercard.
Oh, shoot, I ain't gonna get to see it then.
Yeah, we won't see that then. We'll be somewhere else. We'll be in
Wait a minute,
Atlanta.
hold on. It's gonna be on the ESPN app, ain't it?
Yeah.
We'll be able to watch on the phones.
Yeah, we can watch it on the phone at the other fight.
Yeah.
Then they gave Robert Brent a guy that's 9-0. Oh, Alim Kanuli ain't got a picture for him. That's how unknown he is. That's not even a picture for this guy.
That's who Rob Brand fighting?
Yeah, he's
A
9-0.
fucking Uber driver.
But that's not even a picture for him. There's a silhouette.
Who is this?
The guy who Rob Brant fighting.
Rob Brant. He's fighting on the Loma undercard.
Yep.
Huh.
You know, he's a decent fighter. You think he would get better fight? I mean, he only has 2 losses. But hell, I don't know, dude. I'm not seeing anybody else on the undercard. Who else is?
I'm trying to think. Brant, is Brant the one that beat Murata? Did he beat Murata one time or something?
Yes, he's the one that beat Murata.
Okay.
And after he beat Murata, I think Murata came back and beat him for the belt again. And he just haven't bounced back. Let's see. Just has not bounced back. And they're fighting the guy at 9-0.
Now, see, I just thought about something. You just said. Now, they just said that this Loma Nakatani fights on 26, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would Top Rank do that? That is a dumb move.
That's why they don't have the viewership for the
Exactly.
Because
That's
he's
a dumb
always
move.
trying to be in competition. He does more to try to steal viewership from PBC than he does to promote and build his own.
Plus, they want to make us choose.
It's not a
It's all
choice.
about design. Yeah, but it's all about
Everybody-
design, though. That's why they do all the fights like that.
Everybody on this panel, what fight are you watching?
Oh, we Devin Haney definitely gonna get my view.
No, this is it's on the 26th.
I mean,
You got Tank?
I mean, Tank. I'll be at the Tank fight.
Yeah.
What am I talking about?
Yeah, come on, man. If I was
definitely watching Tank.
yeah. If I was at home, I would be taping that shit. I wouldn't be watching it.
This fight got moved to that date. Because Floyd Mayweather jumped on that 6th date, and that moved Teofimo back to the 19th. This fight was actually
But Lomachenko may not be fighting on the 19th. That's right. Teofimo's supposed to fight.
No. He's saying what he's saying is this fight was supposed to be on the 12th.
Okay.
Yeah, this fight was supposed to be on the 12th.
No, this
Yeah, Teofimo's on
fight
26.
19th. This is the fight that
I mean, he's
Bob
on
did
19.
the barbershop. And he said it was gonna be on the 19th, it was gonna be Juneteenth. And we was like, what the you putting on a Juneteenth fight? Who it's gonna be? And then he said, Loma Chica versus we was like, that's not
No, Inouye is going on the 19th.
Huh?
Monster Inouye is going to be on the 19th. That's what Bob had said. Monster Inouye, he was putting Monster Inouye on the 19th, and then on the 26th it's going to be Loma, and then
right, that is it.
Yeah, I think in the chat somebody asked Shakur is fighting Nakathalia or something like that. He's a guy out of Africa.
Hey, do y'all think? Now check this out. I think Bob is gonna get Teofimo ass for what he just pulled, going to Triller. I think.
Oh yeah.
I think Floyd already pushed him off the date, which he lucky he already signed for the money that he signed for, so he's getting his money regardless. But when he goes back and has to deal with Bob's gonna get him. Bob's gonna make sure he signs to fight that fight with Devin Haney or somebody who's very, very stiff.
Yeah, Bob gonna feed him to the wolves.
He fucked up Bob's schedule.
Yeah.
Because
Bob
that
gonna
was
feed him.
supposed that June. Huh?
Bob gonna feed him to the wolves. You're gonna see just how good he is.
That June 5th date was supposed to be Terrence date that he jumped on in the first place. And Floyd came and jumped on the stick. Then they moved him from there and moved him to the Juneteenth date. Now you're on top of my fucking Monster Inouye date you fucked up my whole scheduling because you were running your program, but you're signed to me. And you went back behind my back and manipulated the system and had another competitor bid against me. And that ain't the first time because he was mad because remember Eddie Hearn stepped in and bid on one of the fights. So I think he's gonna feed. I think he's damn sure gonna feed Teofimo for the Wolves. It's just a question of who's he gonna feed him to. Does he feed him to Josh Taylor just because that 140? Go ahead and move up to 140 and fight Josh Taylor.
Yeah, I think he's gonna try, but I don't think it's gonna really work. Whether we like Teofimo or not, the boy can fight, man. He ain't gonna be no easy out for none of them motherfuckers. None of them.
That's what I was gonna ask.
None of them. So that shit is not gonna be easy. If he try that, it ain't gonna be easy as he might think. Brother, because Teofimo might say some stupid shit and do some stupid shit, but that boy can fight. It ain't gonna be easy for nobody. Nobody that get in there with him gonna have an easy task, man.
Yeah, that's a fact. That is a fact.
I think Teofimo. I honestly think they may try to do a pay-per-view route with Devin Haney. Honestly, I really do think that. Taylor already told him, don't even call my name until you fight Devin Haney and become undisputed. So I don't think.
I say he keeps saying Devin Haney, and like y'all did say, Taylor did say.
Yeah, Devin Haney's gotten under his skin right now. You know what I'm saying? All the talking and stuff, and he just keep talking like, man, I gotta shut this dude up. I'm tired of this dude talking. Devin Haney he was releasing footage of them sparring before and all this stuff, you know, and he's kind of gotten under his skin. You know what I'm saying? But honestly, I don't think T.O. should have moved off that date that he had with Triller. I don't, you know.
No, he never should.
I was talking about on Sunday.
I get to go first.
Floyd
you get to go first on Saturday. Let Floyd do his thing Sunday. And honestly, if you talking about real boxing fans, I'm not finna watch no. You know what I'm saying? No play fight.
I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not gonna watch it either. I'm not gonna watch it.
Exactly. If I want to pay for a fight, I'm paying for a fight, not for no play fight. You know.
I'm not paying for that. I'm not paying for that bullshit. I'm not paying for that bullshit. I didn't pay for none of that shit. Guess what? I'll be on one of these channels listening in.
Hey, wait a minute, Rob. Wait a minute, Rob. You said the right thing too. I forgot. T.O. fight would have been on Saturday.
Floyd fight is
Yeah.
on a Sunday. So why the fuck would you move?
Exactly.
I don't even know why you move.
No need to move. No need to move. It's a different audience that's gonna watch. Tio, I don't think that would have taken away anything from Tio.
No.
And honestly, Tio was talking about going with De La Hoya. If anything, I would have asked Floyd, "Hey, look, man, you see what I did to Bob? Why don't you come with me and let's do it together?" But I wouldn't have moved off the date. You know, it's 2 different dates.
And the bad part about it is because of the investors. That's why Florida had to move that fight to that date because that's the only date that he could get open in Miami Stadium, and that was a rush job. That's why he has that lawsuit open right now for like $160 million against the investors that was supposed to be setting up that fight in Dubai. So he rushed to move that fight to Miami. So that was the only date that he could get.
Why is Floyd even doing this dumbass shit?
Bro, I have no fucking I have no idea.
He doing that shit for the money, like he do everything. That's why he doing that shit for the money, man. It's an easy way for him to make money.
He getting
Yeah,
rid of
it's
one of
easy.
these YouTubers and getting a big bag for it.
Yeah, it's easy money for him.
He'll get the other one. Cause Showtime just signed Jake Paul to a 2-fight deal.
Ain't that some bullshit? I'm through with these. This shit is crazy, man. Who the fuck is gonna watch that? Ain't nobody finna watch that shit. I'm not.
Well, if Mayweather whoop his brother, and then he fights somebody, then Mayweather come back and whoop him. Big money. The
I just
motherfucker got
can't.
all the money.
Yeah. But the casuals gonna love it. I can't watch that
$13
bullshit. I can't watch it. I just can't.
fucking TikToker and this generation, bro. Nothing has to be real for them. They just have to find amusement out of it. And
Hey, J.A. Dixon, put that whole card in the chat if you got it, bro. Put that whole card in the chat. You just said Chad Ochocinco's on the card and Jared Hurd.
yep. And Jalil Heck.
Yeah, all them guys on there. Jared Hurd is fighting Louis Arias or something like that.
Yeah, Louis Cuba Ari.
Who the fuck is that?
Louis Cuba.
Somebody, some dude. Yeah, 160. He's all right. I mean,
he can fight a guy. He's decent top 10.
Jared is doing that to get back in shape. Jared blew up to after his father died, Jared was up at he said he was up at 215, 217. And so he's gonna take this fight at 160 to get himself back in shape and then try to get back down to 154. That's gonna be hard to do. 200.
So this guy Arias is kind of like the Monte Cristo guy. They in the same league.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So he should.
You be tripping me out calling him Monte Cristo, bro. Oh man, you be killing me calling him Monte Cristo.
I don't know the motherfucker's name, man. I don't know the motherfucker's name. I never heard of it.
I was calling him Montel Jordan, so you better than me on that.
I've never heard of this dude. Never heard of this cat.
Yeah. But yeah. Who's Jalil Hackett fighting on that court?
Hopefully it's somebody we heard of.
I honestly thought they were going to put Adrian Bruner versus Prograis on that court. I would have loved that. I would have paid for it then. If they would have put Adrian Bruner versus Prograis, I probably would have paid for it then.
Yeah, I would pay to see that ass whooping because Prograis gonna fuck him up.
I would have paid to see that one if they would have put Prograis in there. But I mean, and it's so many fighters without fights right now. We're like, who's Keith Thurman gonna fight? Who's Broner gonna fight? You know, we already talked about Bud. He ain't got no fight. You know.
Hey, let's talk about that. Who do we want to see Keith Thurman fight?
If it's me, I want to see Keith Thurman fight Ugas.
I think that's the next fight, honestly, bro. Keith Thurman and Ugas. I do. Unless Porter can squeeze in there and get it, you know.
If he fights Ugas and he gets that belt back, Ooh, can you imagine the fireworks between him and Smith? I think Keith Thurman can sell a fight. That
Yeah,
motherfucker can talk his ass
he'll
off.
fuck up the whole apple cart, wouldn't he? He'll fuck the whole apple cart up.
My problem is I don't want him to hold it and babysit it for another year. Talking about he got his toenail came off or something stupid, man. Just fight, bro. I want him to fight.
You got to go straight from this fight. The winner out of this fight right here should already be signing the contract for the winner out of Errol Spence and man. If I'm Al, that's how I'm playing.
I told Bud, I told Santos if I was Bud, it's the day they announced that fucking Pacquiao Spence fight, I'd have been on Uga's head. I've been calling his phone.
Yeah, he should have been on his head at that point.
Yeah, but that's you talking about PBC and Aram. I doubt PBC would. I honestly think the four, either of these four guys, it could be Mikey, Ugas, Thurman, and Porter. Between those four, they'll mix it up between each other next. You know what I'm saying?
I would like.
It depends on who they want to get a shot to.
I would like to see Mikey versus Porter. I would like to see Thurman versus Ugas. I mean, and the only reason why I say that because if I was Ugas and I know I beat Porter and he didn't give me a shot back at that belt, I didn't get a shot at that belt, and I didn't get a shot. I wouldn't give him a shot at my belt. So I only imagine that if it's gonna be anybody, it's gonna be Thurman that he would be fighting, and then I would like to see Porter fight Mike.
Let me read this card to y'all. Here go the card right here. Thanks, Jay Dixon. Pascal versus Badu Jack.
I want
Herb
that.
versus Luis Arias. John Torres versus Zach Kuhn. Vidal Riley versus Quintel Thompson. Decent fight. Adrian Benton versus Pedro Cruz. Mikey Scala versus Adam Ramirez. And then you got Dorian Kahn versus Jonathan Condit. That's like 7 fights. That's a big card.
That's a big card. I am interested to see what Pascal and Badu look like in that rematch. Because Badu Jack was coming on.
Oh, then you got Jaleel Hackett versus 2BA. Jaleel Hackett's fighting a bum. And Ocho Cinco versus Brian Maxwell. 2 bums.
Yeah, Badu Jack, I felt like he because Pascal came on heavy and then he just faded and Badu Jack was
You know what I thought called Badu Jack? Badu Jack is the epitome of buzzard luck. That dude got buzzard luck.
Him and Gabe Rosado. Him and Gabe Rosado, like just like, bro, y'all, how y'all get robbed on y'all own platform? That's what be fucked up about it.
Badu Jack just can't get it. He can't win for losers. He come close. He get bullshit draws. The judges fucking. He just get. Badu Jack ain't got no luck at all.
No fucking luck. No fucking luck. No fucking luck. Like, man, him and Gabe Rosado. I gave that last fight with Daniel Jacobs.
Yeah, he won that fight.
Won that fight. He won that fight, man. And then to think for him to probably look back and see what Triple G became, and in all reality, a lot of people say he beat Triple G. Like,
nah, I watched that fight. I'll be honest with you, Eli. Triple G fucked his ass up.
Yeah.
Triple G fucked his ass up.
I didn't see that fight, but I heard people saying that Gabe Rosado was getting Triple G.
No, they had to stop that motherfucker. Triple G beat the shit out of him. Triple G, that shit was kind of scary.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what fight they was watching because Triple G whipped his ass. He had to beat him to a bloody mess.
I didn't see that one. I seen him bloody.
Whoever told you that? Yeah, whoever told you that, I don't know what fight they was watching. He got beat to a bloody mess.
Okay. I seen the bloodiness because I seen the one of the highlight reels. I meant to go back and watch it and shit. And I seen him blooded up like motherfucker. I was like, well, did it come from a headbutt or something? Because they got Like he got fucked around in that fight.
New Triple G beat the dog shit out of him.
Shit out of
They had
him.
to stop that shit. It's like, hey. You can't let this shit go on no more.
I think people let their dislike for Triple G color their judgment on that, but he did beat that boy. Like you said, I don't know what fight they was watching, but if you don't like Triple G, then yeah, you probably be trying to find a reason, but that ain't the hill you want to die on. That dude got beat. Triple G beat him.
Now, Danny Jacobs, that's a different story. I thought Gabe Rosado beat him.
So Triple G and Jaime Munguia? No.
Didn't Munguia turn down the fight?
I know Munguia gave up his mandatory spot.
Yeah, he turned the fight down. He didn't want the fight.
That shit crazy, man. So who does he fight next?
Supposed to be fighting in December, Murata. You fight who?
Oh, you talking about who you talking about? You talking about Murata?
Triple G. Triple G, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he fight Murata in
claims
December.
to be. Yeah, they also talking about some little in between fight against some nobody too that nobody want to see. I forgot the dude's name, but it's a horrible
you mean
fight.
the Triple G special? What he usually does, fight motherfuckers you never heard of.
Yeah.
That shit fucking
Triple G special with a side of fries. Yep.
This dude, they're gonna try to skate him into the fucking Hall of Fame. But this dude, like his whole resume is like, other than Jacobs and Canelo, well, he got David Lemieux. They got David Lemieux, Jacobs, and Canelo. Beyond that, I'm looking like, I mean, Rosado was decent. Curtis Stevens was decent, but he
Hey,
doesn't.
fellas, let me see if you guys are with me on this. This is my biggest problem with this era. These dudes are always talking about I'm this, I'm that, I'm going to the Hall of Fame, I'm this, and you ain't fought nobody, man. It's not the wins you got, it's who did you beat. You didn't beat nobody.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The level of competition is just shit. And I just don't
No,
believe
the
you can
level
call
of
yourself.
competition is there, just not taking the fight. The competition is there.
I
They
don't,
just
man, I don't see it, man. I mean, you got these guys that
is that 160 division right now, and it's because Canelo skipped around everybody. If you had Canelo at 160, Charlo at 160, GGG at 160, Andre at 160, you already had the difference. You already had Danny Jacobs fight. I mean, that's six deep right there.
right. I got you.
You know, you come back to 154. We see what 154 is. 154 is a shit. Is a gun. You know, and Jamil is running it right now.
But
You
the
know,
154 division is stacked, and them dudes is fighting each other.
exactly. 147. 147. All the PBC fighters can fight each other. But now you need to start getting what you call them involved.
Well, you just said it. You just said it a minute ago. Oh, yeah.
All the PBC.
Yeah,
PBC
J.A.
fighters.
Zerto's at 175. He got Bivol in September.
Yeah. I mean, shit. Today's boxing is not that bad. And when you think about it, I don't remember a time in boxing where you had this many undisputed fights. I mean, reality. You got Josh
Yeah, I'm
Taylor.
happy about that. Yeah.
You got Errol Spence and Crawford that could make that happen if everything goes accordingly in
The plan.
6 months. You got Canelo about to go for undisputed, which that's not the one that we look at. You got Jamil finna go for undisputed.
Who he
Right
fighting,
now,
Rob?
you got
Excuse me, Eli. Who he fighting, Rob? Who is Zerto fighting?
Yeah, he fights July 9th. Oh man, I'm trying to remember the dude he's fighting. Is it Gilbert Ramirez or Martinez, something like that?
Tomato. Yeah, okay. He gonna beat the shit out of him. He gonna beat the shit out of
Well,
him.
no, hold on. His name is Ramirez. Godly. I'm trying to remember who he's fighting.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna look it up for you.
Zerto Ramirez, because Bevo was supposed to be his next fight.
Pulled up his box right now.
I'm talking about the big
He
Ramirez.
got Sylvan Burrell. He got Sullivan Burrell.
That's a good fight.
Yeah.
That's
It's
a
on
good
the
fight
undercard
for
of
Zerto.
JoJo Diaz. It's on the undercard of JoJo Diaz and Fortuna. Same
Oh,
card.
okay, cool.
That's good. That's nice.
Yeah, Zerto's a good fighter too. Zerto Ramirez is my guy.
That's a nice little card right there.
Yeah,
That's a nice little card.
that's good. I want to see that fight. I'm gonna watch that motherfucker.
Boxing this year is pretty damn good, man. We may not be getting that one big fight or two big fights that we want, but for the most part, dude, it's like 4 undisputed fights getting coming together.
Exactly.
For sure.
Then we got Rosario and Lubin. That's gonna be a hell of a banger.
Yeah. And that's on the undercard of
Tank Barrios.
Tank, yeah.
Yeah.
That's like we got that one. And then J Rock about to come back, but we don't know who he coming back against. We know Hurricane back.
Hey, let me ask you this, big dog. Let's go back to something you said earlier, Eli. So we got Virgil fighting Kavaliauskas.
That's what the talks are.
That's a good fight. Who you got?
Either Virgil fights him or Ennis fights.
Ennis smokes him.
Fight him. That's what.
Yeah, Ennis smokes him.
But him and Virgil,
That's a good fight. It's a good fight.
Him and Virgil is a banger. Yeah.
I think he might even beat Virgil. Virgil get hit a lot.
Hey. And Kavaliauskas can't punch.
Yeah, he can hit. He can swat.
Yeah, he can't punch. You know. And he's a strong fighter. You're not gonna get in there and just muscle him around. You like you do most fighters. But that's one of the attributes of Virgil is that Virgil is very, very strong.
And very aggressive. And very aggressive.
Yeah. Yeah.
But fucking Mean Machine ain't no punk either.
Yeah, they gotta fill that card. But yeah, you was talking about J Rock. J Rock is fighting on Tank's card too, man. He's fighting a Brian somebody. I can't think of the dude's last name now. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank, but it's Brian. Yeah, it's Brian somebody. I want to say is it Matias or Mendoza, something like that. But that's who J Rock fight. It's gonna be on Tank's card.
Me and Santos gonna have a good night that night. That's why that card is stacked.
I think it's about 7 fights or something like that. I hope it's more than that. I hope it's something that put on that like some little up and coming fighters.
Yeah.
I like seeing it all, man. I don't like missing nothing.
Brian Mendoza, 19-1.
That card gonna be lit. So back to the question: what y'all think about Mean Machine against Virgil Ortiz?
I mean, it's a good start for Ortiz.
That's a good fight. I mean, it's a good fight.
Yeah. I think it's good for Ortiz. I heard you say Ennis. I don't think Ennis. I think that's a step back for Ennis. Ennis fought that in Lipinus already. Yeah, he already fought Lipinus. That's. I mean, I don't. But
to see where Virgil Ortiz is,
I put Matisse. I would put Green Machine above Lipinus.
I would too.
I don't think so.
Man, in a heartbeat, I would.
Rob say, I don't know about that.
I would put Kavaliauskas above Lipinus.
I mean, I like Kavaliauskas, but I think it's a lateral type move for Ennis, man. I just
Nah, that part
you know.
I can get with that.
Oh
That
no,
Rob,
yeah. Ennis washes him. You're right.
yeah.
Yeah, he beats him, but I'm just
But I
saying.
would put
I
him.
think he's a better. I think he's a more formidable opponent for Ennis Matisse. I mean, Green Machine versus Lipinez. And Lipinez was already counting himself out before the fight started.
And then
So
I think he's a recent opponent of Bud Crawford, where you get that comparison where you have people really start talking and pushing that way for him. Like, shit, if he gets him out of there fast.
Hello.
I guess his phone died.
Whose phone?
That was Eli.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, he's still there.
So what happened? Your sound went out.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think Kavaliauskas. I think it's a good fight to make that case that he's a common opponent between him and a recent common opponent between him and T Bud. And if he gets him out of there faster, people are gonna start talking like, hey, shit, he might beat Bud, which might spark people to be like, well, what the
that's
fuck?
true.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. I would, in
And
all
fighters
actuality,
at this stage in his career, they need those type of fights.
in all actuality, though, I would like to see that fight. I would like to see Bud in this. I really would.
Yeah. I think it would be that would be one of those sweet times fights. I think honestly, they have some of the same attributes and they have some of the same flaws.
Yeah.
Where at times Bud likes to fight, at times Ennis admires his work.
Right.
You know.
J.A. Dixon, where is what weight is Robinson fighting at now? Is he still at 60?
Who was Ray Robinson?
Yeah.
Who'd you ask about?
Ray Robinson, yeah.
No, Ray Robinson.
He was at 147.
Yeah. He really beat Green Machine.
Yeah.
Did he move up to 54 or 60 or some shit like that?
He was at I don't know, but he was at 147 when he fought Green Machine.
I know that.
That was the other dude. What the fuck is his name? He gave somebody a real good fight at 147, and then he moved up there. What the dude's name? I think he fought Ray Robinson. I think the guy fought Ray Robinson. That's who
I know it has something to do with Ray Robinson because he moved up or somebody moved up.
Yeah, he gave Ray Robinson a damn good fight.
Yeah, brother, I gotta get off right now, man. Gotta lock this place up. Okay, at my job.
All right, brother. Good talk, man. Great to talk to you.
All right,
you too, man. I get up with y'all. I guess if we get on later.
Yeah, still be on.
All right. All right, they gotta stay safe out there.
Yeah, you too, brother.
Man, what is that guy's name? I watched him fight too, and he fought at 160, but he was really 147. I think the guy fought what's the dude, Brandon Adams? I think he fought
the
Brandon
Cannon.
Adams.
Yeah, Brandon the Cannon.
Yeah. Ray Robinson, he just had 2 back-to-back draws, and he ain't fought in 2 years, bro. What's his name? Fought in 2 years, and he had 2 back-to-back draws. He
I
had a
don't know
draw
why.
against Kavaliauskas, and he had a draw against Josh Kelly too.
Let me ask y'all this. I don't know why they don't put Ennis in there with Rashidi Ellis or Jamal James.
I think it's their next wave of fighters that they're building up. And I don't think they want to take that chance of that's their next wave. And because everybody's about to really start moving up to 154. If you think about it, Danny.
Oh, okay.
Porter's gonna be headed that way. Errol gonna be headed that way. Keith Thurman may be the only one that stick around, but Keith Thurman been eating his way up. So he might end up there too because he fought at 152 in the amateurs also.
Yeah,
That's how
Sheldon, you know
he.
all these promoters, man. They also restaurant owners and chefs because they talk about stuff marinating so much. They're not promoters no more.
Yeah.
Everything got to marinate, bro.
Everything
What is
marinate.
it, 13 herbs and spices and crap? You know what I mean?
Exactly, exactly.
All day long.
I like that.
All day long. I think he's
Yeah.
gonna end up at 154 in that whole bunch though, right along
Hey,
with
I'm gonna
all of
tell you
them.
this though. If you look at 54, right?
Mhm.
Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, and Sean Porter don't need to go nowhere near 154. They're gonna get fucked up.
Well, you remember Keith Thurman fought at 152 in the amateur. He that's where he beat Andrade at 152.
Sean Porter fought at what 168 or something like that in the
168.
Yeah, he fought
He
Usyk. Yeah, he fought
170.
Usyk down.
Sean Porter beat him.
yeah, he beat
I
him.
How
mean,
tall?
he was
How tall is Sean Porter?
on like
He's
5'7",
tough.
5'7", 5'7", 5'8", something like that.
He
I
just
think
stayed
he's
the fuck
5'7".
far away.
Yeah.
He just stayed the fuck far away from 154.
But you gotta remember, he fought it that way before.
Yeah,
He
he
fought
came
higher than that. He
from
beat
high
Usyk.
weight class.
He ain't got no pop at 47, y'all. Sean Porter ain't knocked the motherfucker out in 10 years.
No, but he had his boxing ability where he roughhouse. You know, he beat Usyk, and that wasn't Usyk wasn't no pushover. Still learning.
I don't know why y'all so impressed with Usyk. Usyk ain't shit.
He can box, man. He can box though. You gotta give it to him. The man can box.
That
God
motherfucker was
damn.
undisputed.
Who was he
Yeah.
fighting? Undisputed over who?
He was in a tournament.
He beat Gaston, and then he beat the greatest dude.
And them dudes ain't nothing. You don't tell me that about Tony Bellew. He was like 50 years old when he fought him.
Damn, Joe.
That dude
Okay,
ain't man.
okay. Here goes the question. Here goes the question again. You here tonight. Whose run was better? Was it Usyk run or Crawford run?
They about the same. Neither one of them fought no goddamn body.
I did. Hey, at least you was honest. I just knew you were gonna say Crawford run was better.
Neither one of them fought no goddamn body.
Hey, Sheldon in here, goddamn savage. Sheldon said neither one of them for nobody.
No,
But
because
yeah,
you don't be Eli. I come from the old school, man, where you were the guy, you fought all the other guys. You didn't fight these cab drivers and this nigga that work at Walmart and the motherfucker from CVS. You didn't fight none.
Sheldon bringing the smoke, bro.
If you are the guy,
Sheldon bringing it, bro.
if you are the guy, you fight the other guys. Huh?
What if the guy from Walmart is like Joe Smith?
If you are the guy, you fight the other guys, not them other motherfuckers.
Yeah, that's real talk. You talking real though. That's straight up, man. I agree with you. Fight the other guy.
what was the little guy in the lower weight? He made champion. He was who the fuck did he beat? He was a construction worker and made champion for Golden
Marvin
Boy.
Hagler.
No. I'm talking about this was recently. Like
Joe Smith. That's Joe Smith. That's Joe Smith.
No, he's in the lower weight. Little Hispanic guy.
Yeah.
Chocolatito?
What Salido was?
No, it wasn't Salido. He was around that 130. Around that 130. No, he held a belt. Who did he beat? He beat somebody that they didn't think he was supposed to beat.
Okay. What year? What year?
To beat him.
What
This
year?
was like 2019.
Really?
And I think he was a fucking construction worker. And he was boxing and a construction worker. And he beat that person twice. Whoever he beat him twice. I watched it both times. The tall ass Hispanic guy that was fighting that. Was it Ray George he beat?
I know. I know Gerardo Ramirez was
Ray
at 68.
Garvey
He beat Jesse Hart twice. I know that.
No, it's not that guy. He did that, and then when he lost, he got released by Golden Boy. It's not him, is it? Like Cancio or something like that, Andrew?
That may have been his name. What did you say that name was?
I was thinking Andrew Cancio or something like that. He fought, he won two fights he wasn't supposed to win, and then he lost one, and then they released him.
Cancio, I think that is it.
Let me ask y'all this: What you think they gonna do? What you think they gonna do with that white boy Vito Melanicki since he just got his ass whooped?
Who? Oh, the one.
They'll probably build him up. Yeah, they'll build him up again. Let him do some soft. He lost early. You know what I'm saying? It's just like Josecito Lopez and all them guys that's lost early, and even Ugas lost early fights, and then just kind of got to work your way up again. So, I mean, we can't write these guys off because they lose. Because I mean, Lord, they gave it to Loma, right? They let Loma hang around even though he had lost. So
that's true. I mean, you know, loss shouldn't define you, but
well, you know, Tevin Farmer resurrected himself too after he lost.
Yeah, but he was doing that old school shit. Tevin Farmer was fighting every 2-3 goddamn months.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you say that guy's name was? Andrew Cantu?
I think it's Cancio or something like that. I may be wrong though. But
It's Cancio. Yeah, it was.
Seems like I remember him fighting when that time Kovalev lost to that dude Alvarez. Seemed like he was fighting with them or something. You know what I'm saying? Around that same time or on that card or something.
He beat Alberto Machado twice. That was him. Yeah, he beat Alberto Machado twice. He knocked him out both times. He took the championship, but then he lost to Alvarado. Yeah, he was a fucking construction worker, bro, and then signed a contract with Golden Boy. But he lost.
I remember the story. I remember that story, but I can't place the fight in my mind though.
It's Andrew Cancio. C-A-E.
Yeah, I can't place his face though. I have to look it up later when I'm not driving.
If you see,
it's like they was mad at him, bro. He won them 2 fights, and then as soon as he lost one, they dropped him. It's like they was mad at him. It's crazy.
Like that shit fucked up because like Machado was big, and Machado was dropping motherfuckers, and he came in and beat Machado twice. But that fight he lost though, dude, that dude was 31-8. Like they gave him a setup fight, and then he lost that motherfucker.
So he get up for the big fights. Don't give a crap about the fights that he's more competitive with or should win.
He had worked his ass off, and then fucked it off. Fucked the bag off. Man. He had worked his ass off, and then fucked the bag off.
I almost did an Andy Ruiz. I'm champion now. It doesn't matter. I champion in history.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to live as a champion.
You know what? That is crazy. Saddam Ali and the they just disappeared. I think Saddam Ali died.
Oh, you know what happened to him? What's the kid for De La Hoya's kid?
what's called fucked him off? Munguia.
The biscuit. Yeah, Munguia killed his career. Shoot.
Yeah.
Got to beat the brakes off. That boy was too big for him anyway. Saddam didn't need to be fighting him. Shoot.
Well, shit.
And Saddam was barely a good champion anyway.
154, and he beat Miguel Cotto on the way out.
Yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
They both were small. He should have been at 147 anyway. Saddam Ali should have been at 147, but he was running from that smoke and trying to get that easy belt before everybody really got going at 154.
Didn't he fight at 47?
Yeah, and he get
McGill.
ducked when Cotto was getting ready to go out, and 154 really wasn't that hot and heavy. He hurried up and moved out and took a belt before all them young up and some got up there. And then when all them young guys got up there, see you see what McGuire did. McGuire said, "Oh hell no, this motherfucker like this. Shit, these motherfuckers fighting. Let me get the fuck up out of here." So he can go play around and linger around at 160. That's McGuire been sitting around lingering around trying to get. They've been maneuvering him this whole fucking time.
Yeah, trying to turning down fights and shit.
Yeah, look at 154. He held that belt at 154 for so goddamn long. They passed that motherfucker on to Patrick Teixeira. But shit, at the end of the fucking day, Herman McGuire, if he wanted any smoke, or if he wanted a big fight, he had all kinds of big fights at 154 down. He ducked all the smoke. Now that was a duck. Like we talk about who is that right now? Everybody talking about Ryan Garcia ducking. No, Stephen Herman McGuire ducked a lot.
He's still ducking. He just ducked Triple G.
But it was crazy. They the fucking who's that, the IBF turned that fight down the last time as a replacement. But now you go and turn the fight down. Like, you was begging to be a replacement. Golden Boy throw you in there. I guess at that
He
point
was also number one in the WBC for Charlo, but he ain't want no parts of that either. I don't understand guys fighting to get in the number one spot and they're not challenging for the belt. Like, why fight there? You know what I'm saying? I mean, isn't that why you fighting there? To get in that spot and get the belt and make the money, but he's number one. He was number one in WBC, and he ain't even look at Charlo.
ran away from it. Don't want
Now
no
what? Now let me.
Or his promoter.
Was it him or De La Hoya them? Would let him have the fight.
It's De La Hoya.
It might be
But again, I kind of feel like, fighters, you got to remember these promoters supposedly work for the fighters. So, like, you want to fight, give me that fight. You know what I'm saying? Or let me buy my contract out like Floyd did back in the day.
Well, they might have did him one of them contracts like they did Canelo in the beginning. Except he's not as big of a star in the beginning as Canelo, where he don't have a lot of say. They made a lot of decisions for Canelo that he probably wouldn't have made for himself in the past. But this kid he brand new almost.
Who the fuck does Golden Boy have?
They got him.
And McGuire?
They got Valdez.
They got Zeno Ramirez back.
Is Valdez top ranker with Golden Boy? I think Golden Boy is.
Top rank.
Top rank. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Golden Boy lost a lot when Richard Schaefer left,
Yeah.
Yeah, see, fellas, this is what I don't understand, right? This is what I don't understand. The era that we come from, if you the champ in any division, you the guy, you can make any fucking fight you want to make. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So why ain't we getting the fights? It's because these dudes don't want to fight each other. Or some guys don't want to fight other guys. That's what I think, man. That's exactly what I think.
Well, it has a lot to do with it. I mean, it's the fighters and the promoters, as well as the managers and things of that nature. That's why I say we need to be pushing back toward them instead of bickering amongst ourselves, because man, they control the narratives and making us believe this, that, and the third, man. And the whole time they running game. This was a prime example of what just happened recently. But at the same time, a lot of these cats don't want to fight each other, man. At the end of the day, then there's a lot of these cats that do want to fight each other. That management not agreeing with the fighter and the fighter's not agreeing with management. What you say, Eli?
I think a lot of it too is, look at the dates that we got right now. It's so many fights right now that is like the competition for fight date is huge. I mean, you look at it. Errol, if he didn't have Pac-Man right now, and it was Errol and Ugas. It was like, whose fight date was he gonna take over? Where was his fight date gonna fall? Because remember, he was supposed to be going in July, and we loaded with good fights.
But
I
you
mean,
know
all
what?
the way through,
I'm gonna
all the
say
way
this.
through.
I'm gonna say this to you, Eli. I get why Errol's taking this fight because Errol versus Pac-Man is 10 times bigger than Errol versus Ugas.
That's
10
what I'm
times
saying.
bigger. You
It's
gotta
huge.
take that fight.
You gotta take that fight. I mean, shit is fucking huge. That fight, when they announced that fight rivaled Deontay and Fury, and really kind of damn near overshadowed. It was like right there to the point where it broke the internet. Like,
Yeah,
Also,
cause it's
you got to think
Manny.
about this. It's also a legacy fight, and he may not need to fight Terrence to solidify his Hall of Fame status after this fight here. If he beats Pacquiao, he don't really need Terrence
Now
to
let me ask you
solidify a
this.
Hall of Fame bid.
Let me
I'm not.
ask all three of
I'm
y'all
not
this.
down
Let me
for
ask
that
all
fight.
three of y'all this. What if he loses?
Now, if he loses, Pacquiao messes up the apple card. But then Pacquiao need to fight Terrence.
Again.
Because who else is he going to fight unless they do a rematch, of course, which that may be what's going to happen depending on how severe the loss is.
I'm just trying to see what happens if he loses. That would just fuck
Yeah, I already thought about
If he
that yesterday
loses, he
evening.
goes to 154. If he loses, he probably goes to 154. There's no way. It's no way. If there's not a rematch clause, which I doubt it'll be a rematch clause for Pacquiao in favor of Smith. If there's no rematch clause, I think he automatically goes to 154. What are you gonna fight at 147 for now?
Yeah, you got to put a rematch clause on this one. This is unified titles, and Pacquiao. It's a dangerous fighter, man. You got to have. Earl should have a rematch clause in this fight, man.
He didn't have one.
But he don't. But here's the thing, though. Even if he goes to 54, right? He don't beat Mel. He don't beat Mel.
Yeah, he wouldn't fight Mel.
I don't see.
They would never fight each other. I don't see them fighting each other. It's just like I don't see Andre. Like I've heard people say Andre should go. I even thought he should go up and fight Jacobs, but I didn't realize how good of friends they are. He's not gonna fight Jacobs and Mel and Mel and Spence ain't gonna fight each other. So I think if Earl was to lose this fight, then there would be a similar situation similar to Keith Thurman. You know, you probably hear a lot of, well, he still wasn't right from the accident, and he was drained making the weight, and he just go up in 154. I mean, but you know,
I don't really see Earl moving up to 54 until Mill moves up to 160 and Maul moves up to 168. I think they got an unwritten agreement amongst themselves that, hey, when you move up, I'll move up, and I'll move up. But I'm gonna try to clear mine out. You try to clear yours out, then we move up. You know, that type of thing.
I remember a time when Tommy Hearns and Hagler and Sugar Ray was all friends, but that shit didn't get in the way of business.
Well, no, these guys train the same training, bro. Like, well, they train in the same gym, Andre and Jacob.
But see, that's the mentality.
And Derek James, he trains both of the guys. Derek James trains Mel and he trains Spence. So yeah.
See, see, fellas, that's the mentality I don't understand. You got a belt. I want that belt. And we can be friends tomorrow, but tonight, I want that belt.
But my friend, you can have that belt once I move up. Vacate.
Yeah.
With the same
not under the same trainer. Yeah, the same trainer. They ain't gonna do that.
The closer we got to that was Severchenko and Jacob. They the only two that fought each other with the same trainer.
With Severchenko, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't even ask the trainer to make that choice. You know what? You're putting a rift between that whole team, and they spar together and make each other better. And then that trainer, you're saying you pick one fighter over another.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is stay the fuck out my division if you don't want to fight. If you come up here, you're gonna have to fight. So stay at 47, jump to 60, do something, but don't bring your ass here.
Yeah, I feel you on that though. Yeah, I do understand that part. If you're not gonna fight, I mean, to me that was the same reason why Jamel and Jamal, you know, they were together in the same division. And then they, you know, they went on and parted ways. You know, one went up, and like Cinto said, I think it's gonna happen, all of them together. You got, you know, despite what Jamal is saying, I do think he's gonna end up going up to 168. I mean, he's gonna have to, because I don't think nobody's gonna fight him at 160, and I think he's just gonna have to go up to 168. And once Maul gets all these belts at 154. Like we talked about on the stream before, those sanctioning fees, man, good Lord, they start adding up. You paying $1 million sometime in sanctioning fees like they tried to get Floyd to do. I think he's going to go up too. And then that's when you'll see, I think Terrence and Errol both go up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's got to happen, you know, because that's the biggest knock on Errol now. People say, well, you only done it in one division. So, you know.
Hey, hold up, y'all. Hold on, y'all. DJ, I'm gonna kick your ass, man. That shit ain't right.
That's how you feel. I'm fucking with you. Hey, but do you think that he fights at least Hurd and the winner out of Lubin and Rosario?
Oh yeah,
I think he fights him at 154.
I'm gonna tell you.
I think Hurd is a big fight, man. That's a big fight at 154. You know, even if he gets undisputed and then he fights Hurd, man, that's like the biggest fight he can make at 154. I think, you know.
Man, look, Mel is the Clubber Lang of boxing, man. Mel wake up mad. He always mad, and he want to fight anybody. He gonna fight Hurd, Lubin, whoever the fuck it is. He gonna fight him.
Now I'll tell you what though, if Lubin does not beat Rosario, I think his next two fights will be Hurd and J-Rock at 154, and I think after that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Jay, you can say what you want to say about Jamel Charlo. Jamel Charlo ain't running from shit.
But that whole camp ain't running from shit. It's line them up. I mean, when you look at it, look at the fights that they fighting in a row.
Yeah, with Jamal, man, Jamal is.
Not Jamal.
I don't know what the fuck he doing.
I'm talking about Mel. I'm not talking about Jamal. I'm talking about Mel, especially being with the same trainer in the same camp. They are running big fights back to back to back. Like Maul gotta step it up, man. That's my Texas dude, man. I'm hoping that he signed with to fight Andre by the end of the year, and then after Andre, you can take the step up to Benavidez.
Yeah.
But honestly, this fighter that he's fighting is tall and big. Like Benavidez has punch, but he's susceptible to get knocked out. Montiel actually knocked out Tinto. Well, no, he knocked him down, but he had a knockdown drag out with him. After knocking him down, they had a pretty good fight, and then he knocked down somebody else. Montiel does have a good pop on his punches. He just is.
Wait a minute, Montiel. Is this the motherfucker that beat up on James Kirkland?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's who. That's who Jamel.
God.
Yeah. I think.
But let me ask y'all something though. Because let's say that Canelo gets this Plant fight and he beats Plant. You know, Canelo's talking about I want to fight again in December. Right. So now who does Canelo fight now? Because
he gotta fight Benavidez. He has to.
Everybody's on that schedule. You got Charlo, who he could probably make the most money with. You got Benavidez, who is probably like a fight of the year candidate. And other than that, I mean, unless some mandatory is due, which I don't think it will be, but I know there's some guys in that number one spot. And I've heard rumors, I know my boy L-Dub was talking about he's going to go over to England and fight that Liam, whoever, another Liam guy.
No,
one
he
of
got
them
to fight.
guys. I think he got to fight.
He got to fight Benavidez because Charlo took himself out the mix talking about I'm at 60, I'm not at 68. So fuck you. You not at 60.
But see, Charlo has always said he would go up to 68 for that Canelo fight, and recently Canelo was like, "Yeah, a Charlo fight will be a big fight." So,
it
just depends. They corner the walls is closing in on Canelo. Is all I'm saying. Because other than that, you got to go to 175 and see them boys up there. So the wall's closing in on him.
If he don't fight Benavidez, he loses all credibility. If you win all these titles and you duck Benavidez, your name is shit. You a duck. You got to fight that dude. If you clear this division out, you got to fight him. You have to.
Hey, Jay Dixon just posed a good question. What's so different between Caleb Plant and Benavidez, the competition that they fought, compared to Andre and Charlo? He said, "Why doesn't nobody complain about the weak guys that Plant and Benavidez fight? They both about to be fought."
Well, we know.
I just said earlier. I just said that earlier. I said, how is Canelo gonna question Andre's competition, or Charlo? How is he gonna question competition when he's fighting Montiel? I just said that. So I mean, all of them guys. I mean, they're not really fighting anybody. But honestly, 168 ain't really a real, stacked division like that. You know what I'm saying? And my feeling is this, guys. I think Canelo 160 was hot. You had Charlo there. Charlo had became his mandatory. You had Triple G, who he's never really clearly beaten like that. And then you had other guys. And I think he looked at 168 and was like, man, as soon as Benavidez dropped that belt, I can go on a European tour, and these guys ain't fought nobody. You see what I'm saying? Like Canelo's the best fighter in Europe right now. Seriously, he's a UK's pound for pound number one fighter because that's what he's been fighting. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I mean, it's like all these guys, they need to fight each other, bro.
I've been saying that, Rob. I've been saying that for about 4 months now. Benavidez need to fight Plant. Charlo need to move up. Andre need to move up. They need to fight each other. And then the winners of them two fights need to fight each other. And the winner of that fights is Cinnamon Bean.
Why the fuck didn't you? I would have seen Jamal taking fucking Danny Jacobs right now over this guy.
Well, see, I you know what? I'm gonna take you back about, was that 3 years, Santos? He was talking all that shit about Danny Jacobs.
Was that?
Charlo, Big Charlo was talking all that shit about Danny Jacobs. And Danny Jacobs walked up on his ass. It's like, what's happening? What do you want to do?
That might have been 4 years
ago. The whole energy changed. He still ain't want no problem with Danny Jacobs since that day.
He told Danny Jacobs that day, "You drop your fight, I drop my fight."
Yep.
You can make it happen. Danny said, "I'm touching him. I'm touching him.
Yes, I'm touching M's."
That's where that came from.
He was.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He was.
So Danny Jacobs basically signed him on the money. It was about the fight. He told, "You drop your fight, I drop my fight. I ain't even gotta yell no more talking no more with you. You drop your fight, I drop my fight. We can fight next." And Danny Jacobs like, "Shit, what the fuck? Hell, I'm touching in. I got $1 million right now. You don't want me." And then Danny Jacobs went on the fight.
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was.
That's what happened.
I can't remember. Somebody in the hallway said, "Hey, Jacob, you go, Charlo." Somebody.
What was it? Was it LSU back?
I don't know. I can't remember who it was. Somebody let him know he was up in there. You know what I'm saying? Because I guess Danny said, "Oh, he gonna run up on him."
Danny turned around like, "Hey, what's happening, man?
What's going on?" Oh, there you are.
It was smooth the way he walked up on him, but I didn't. Everybody talking about, "Oh, he punked me, he punked me." Man, the man told him, "You drop your fight, I drop mine." We'll see.
Well, look, see, here's the problem with your theory, Eli. The way he been moving since then, it kind of looks like he did.
It ain't been right. It ain't been right. It ain't been right. I like that Derenchenko fight that we got. I like the Korobov fight that was a replacement. But after that, I expected him to level up even more. I expected him to show that jab that we see you working and the head slipping and the combination that we see you putting on Derenchenko. I expected you to go harder in your conditioning and get in your bag even more. And I expected you to show us up because Derenchenko was always a partner with everybody that he fought. You know?
Yeah.
And I just thought that okay, we're about to see the maturation of Jamal Charlo, and now we get.
But here's the problem, man. Here's the problem, right, fellas?
Mm-hmm.
Ain't none of these dudes done fought no goddamn body except Canelo. Benavidez ain't fought no goddamn body.
Jamal
Charlo ain't fought no goddamn body. Clint ain't fought no goddamn body. And the list goes on. None of them motherfuckers ain't fought nobody.
I did just think about something. Jamal going to 168 will be going to his third division, and he's been champion in 2 divisions.
He has.
We're thinking about 160 Jamal, and everybody really maneuvering around him, and a few fights that he had. Because outside of that, Danny left him sitting there because it was like, shit, I'm touching the end. I ain't fighting you.
Well, Danny ain't been the same. Danny ain't been the same since he made that $14 million fighting Triple G. His whole energy changed. Danny doing the Triple G now. He's fighting no names and bombs.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So you can't blame Charlo for not getting Danny. The Danny fight, Danny was protecting his side because he knew he got Triple G and he got Canelo.
Yeah.
He was protecting his side. He said, "I'm touching him." You know, then you can't blame him for that. You can't blame him for Canelo does.
I can blame him for Monte Cristo though. I can damn sure blame him for Monte Cristo.
Who the fuck is Monte Cristo?
The motherfucker you fight next.
Oh, Montiel. Yeah,
whatever.
You can fight Andre. You can fight Andre.
Yeah, you should fight Andre. You shouldn't be talking to Monte Cristo.
And even if you don't fight Andre, you could have easily fought Danny Jacobs now. I'm pretty sure they could have made that fight now, but I don't know who the fuck Danny Jacobs.
See, that go back to what we was talking about before when they was talking about the Juneteenth thing. And, you know, Charlo's been talking about, hey, I'm happy to celebrate Juneteenth. I know what all it means to me and this, that, and other. Then to me, you should have celebrated Juneteenth by fighting another black fighter. And Jacobs would have been a perfect debut at 168 to fight. You know what I'm saying? You could have, I know Andre just fought, but I don't know if you could have squeezed that in, but somebody, you know what I'm saying? And so that's what I'm saying. All these guys, man, I can question everybody's resume, in my opinion, at 168 or 160, be they Triple G, Charlo, Andre, on up to Benavidez. I mean, Benavidez got his face marked up by Ronald Ellis, right? You know what I'm saying? But I know somebody posed a question earlier, does he really beat Canelo? I mean, look, Benavidez he gets hit a lot, bro. He's there to be hit. And he's got like his body, he's soft to the body, he's got that long torso, it's gonna be there to be hit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like my thing, you can't sell a certain narrative that I'll fight anybody, and then when somebody says something, and it's all these issues. I was snorting too much and I lost my belt. You know what I'm saying? And like I think somebody said in the chat, dude got real hungry when he lost his belt, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, this one won't fight me, and that one won't fight me. Well, when you had the belt, you didn't fight him. You know what I'm saying? So now that you lose the belt, now you hungry to fight everybody. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
The same thing, and I'll say the same thing with Plant. Plant, we see potential. that he possibly could. But Plant to tell you, like, hey, people's like, why don't you fight again in June? No, I'm a rest. I've been fighting 2 times a year. That's about what I fight. I don't have to fight because I'm financially set. Okay, so now we want to fall back to money. That's a new term for ducking, bro. That's a new term for ducking. Like, I'm tired of it, man. I wish I had a job where, you know what I'm saying, I only had to work 2 times a year. You know what I mean? Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, sign me up. Sign me up.
Hey, you know what? For real though, outside of the way he been moving here lately, I think out of those 4 fighters, Jamel probably has the better fights because at least he has Derevchenko. Brandon Adams been on a tear lately. Matt Karabov was solid. He had Julian J. Rock. He had Austin Trout, and Cornelius Bondage was on his way. You know, so I would say out of them, he got the better resume. Out of those right there, so maybe I
You
was
can
right
say
about
that, but basically Rob is right. All their resumes is shit. They ain't fought no goddamn body. It's just the truth, man. They ain't fought no goddamn body.
But shit, who is there to fight? Out of outside of Brandon Adams, Karbov, Derevchenko, it's them. They gotta fight each other. They gotta fight each other. If they ain't fight each other, then they ain't good. If at 150 right now, Andre is the only fight for Charlo at 150 right now.
Yeah,
Because the
and
other
you're
two
right. It's nobody to fight. You're right. But if it's nobody to fight that guy. Get it out the way. Fight him. Fuck it.
I remember hearing my granddad talk about, and some of you guys may know about it, that Black Murderers Row back in the day, where nobody would fight them, so they just like went round and round fighting each other. I mean, like, that's what these guys got to do, and eventually, you know,
Jack Johnson and all them. Yeah, they fought each other. They had nobody else fight.
Because I look at it like this: if any of them guys, if Andre, Charlo, Benavidez, Plant, that's who we're talking about, right? So if any of them guys have ran through each other, so say it's Charlo, say he fought Andre, and then he turned around and he fought Benavidez as a debut at 168, or and somebody else fought Jacobs and this, that, and other. Now, who is Canelo gonna run to and say you don't have a resume? No, bro, it's only me. I'm the number one in everything, and you got to drop all these belts to duck me. You know what I'm saying? So,
and you right. And see, that's the shit I hate right there. What the fuck does a resume have to do with anything? Resumes don't win fights, motherfucker. I want to fight you. Fuck, I don't give a fuck who you beat. You ain't beat me. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck if you beat this guy and Trout and fuck them guys. You ain't beat me.
Like, that's the fucking part about it, though. When we talking about these guys, Triple G ducked Jamel and Andre. Canelo ducked Jamel and Andre. Billy Joe Saunders popped dirty twice on Andre. If it wasn't for that, they had a fight, and Andre went over there and signed, and it was only them. It was all 3 of them champions over there, and he was supposed to come back across. Like, y'all two done already fought each other, so don't nobody want my blood. We got
where Andre messed up at is not fighting and pulling out that week of the fight against Charlo. That's where he messed up at.
And what was that about?
The rest of the stuff, he would never explain it. He said it was contract stuff, but bro, you already signed the fight, and we don't went through training camp, and this is a week of the fight. You don't pull out then. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear about your contract. You knew your contract before you signed the fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to hear that. That's where he messed up.
Jamel was gonna get paid more. Jamel was gonna get paid more, and Andre was the champion. And then what's called came into the picture. Rock Nation came in the picture and offered Andre a bigger deal. And if he pulled out the fight, they would cover everything. But when he pulled out the fight and ended up getting sued, Rock Nation ended up having to back off because it was tampering. And when they backed off, Al Heyman basically pretty much shelved his ass as punishment. And then after he came off the shelf and shit like that, he really couldn't get no big fight. And he was what, I think he went like a year and some change without a fight, and then he ended up getting stripped for his belt or something. or he had trouble with negotiations. His team has had trouble with negotiations multiple times with people, so that got him stripped of the belt because he couldn't get the fight together. He
Yeah,
had
because he
trouble
had the
holding.
WBA belt, right? And then that's when he got stripped and he went up and got that WBO, right?
Yeah,
You gotta start
because
firing
in Germany,
motherfuckers.
somebody
Motherfuckers
from
start costing you
Germany
money. You gotta start firing fools.
Yeah. But even right now though, that was so long ago. Still, he went and signed and got that WBO belt. And you mean to tell me they had all four of those belts over there on the zone until Canelo decided that he wasn't gonna fight Andrade, and when he decided he wasn't gonna fight Andrade, and then Charlo was the mandatory for him. He Andrade Andre got the Andre had his belt, and then he dropped that belt, and then he dropped the IBF belt, and GGG picked that up. So he went franchise, and Charlo dropped that one, got that one. He dropped the IBF, and GGG picked that one up, and he held the WBA for the longest, and then he finally dropped that one, and then Murata ended up picking that one. He had all the belts, and they had all the belts over there. They could have made undisputed on the zone. How can you tell me I'm the zone and I'm paying you 34 or 38 million a fucking fight, and you gonna tell me you ain't gonna fight this motherfucker? And this is a fucking undisputed fight. You gonna fight him? I'm gonna tell you gonna fight him unless I'm helping you hide.
Yeah. You gonna fight him, I'm gonna sue the
That's
shit
how
out
I
of you.
feel
One of
about
the
it.
two. You gonna fight him, I'm gonna sue the shit out
I
of
feel
you.
like the zone, Golden Boy, they all help you hide from Andrew. You can't sit up there and say that I got a mega fight, I got a big fight over here for undisputed that's gonna make this motherfucker even skyrocket even more. He's gonna be undisputed champ, and I got all the belts, and I'm not gonna like, hey, y'all my fight. Y'all finna fight each other.
If you want to get
We finna
paid,
sit down. Yeah, if you want to get paid, you finna sit down, hammer this shit out. Y'all gonna fight each other. If you refuse to fight, you in breach of contract. You sign a contract with me. I ain't sign a contract with you. Like that shit didn't make no sense to me. If they wanted him to fight him, they could have had him fight. Instead, it was a money fight.
So basically, you saying they made concessions to this motherfucker?
Yes. Not only did they make concessions to him, it was like they looked at the danger of Andrade, and them looking at the danger of Andrade at that time was like shit. Uh-uh. See, now they on a fight by fight basis.
But I still
So
don't
now they
understand what's the point of that. Why do you give a fuck if you the network? Why do you give a fuck who wins? I don't give a fuck who wins. Whoever wins, I'm gonna promote their ass.
Well, Canelo is still the bigger fighter. They don't want to start out. They already got a built brand right now.
So fucking what? If he loses, he loses. Fuck him.
Rematch. Like put the rematch clause in and go get it.
See,
I mean,
now
you got
this is something me and Santos talk about. That's why I used to love motherfucking Don King. Don King walk in with one motherfucker, and if he lose, he walking out with the other one.
Oh, with the other one. Yeah, I remember that shit. I really think that was bullshit though. Yeah, that's what. I mean, yes, I'm over that whole. I'm over it, but I guess they ain't over it. Yeah, they lost the fucking money. They lost the time. But shit, man, get the fucking belts together and fight. It's like it's time for them to make that shift. Did y'all see Jamal Charlo in that last fight? How real down he looked and his
Yeah.
weight. It's time for him to move on. It feel like it to just me looking at him. And the way he looks, he didn't look as strong in that Derenchenko fight. He didn't look as like he was popping, he was working, he was doing his thing, but he didn't look as strong. You know, I
Yeah,
think his
well,
time was coming. Now Mill stay
was that
fucking
him?
working. Mill look like he can do 154 forever.
Was that him, or was that Derenchenko was better than we thought?
No, I'm just saying how his body looked and how he wore down at the end. Like he don't usually wear down like that. He looked drained at the weigh. He looked real down. He looked thin at the weigh. He didn't look like ripped like he toned like a lot of lean muscle. He looked thin at the weigh in that last go around. You know, versus Mel. Mel look like he can make weight right now today. Mel just fucking man. That dude right there is a fucking machine. Bro. That dude right there. I was looking at his workout today for Undisputed. Bro, Mel all his fighting that he got under him, he had all the motherfuckers in the pool and running and doing weights with. That's his little pool right now. That's who he got around him every day. They with him. They eating like him, living like him. He's showing them this what we doing.
Who is this?
Jamel. He got he got like two Hispanics and I think one black dude. I think they his little fighters. The motherfuckers putting in that work with him. Everybody around him putting in work. I'm working, motherfucker. Y'all working too. That dude right there is committed, man. He is committed. Like this, you can see he eat, sleep, and breathe this shit. He just can say he look like he can keep making 154. He don't look like it bothering him to make 154 at all.
I just think personally, it's just my opinion, man. I just think Mel got way more dog in him than Maul.
Honestly, I think that loss to Harrison lit a fire under him too, and that's why I say like losing ain't always the worst thing for somebody. You know what I'm saying? He ain't comfortable. You know what I'm saying? So he just seems like he's hungry. You know, and like you said, it seems like he got that dog in him. But remember, he's lost before, and so he wanted to get that back, and it just seemed like he's hungry that one.
That's facts.
Maul just seemed like Maul looks like the family guy. He look like he's everything around him seems settled and peaceful, and everything is just like, yeah, if it goes, it goes. Maul don't have that same bite like he used to, but at the same time, he is the one that had all the knockout power and everything. And I think Maul need to go up to 168. I think he need to go up to 168. I think he outgrowing that division. I think he need to go to 168 where he can put on some more muscle and he can go up to where motherfuckers is at that he can fight Benavidez, fight Caleb Plant, fight Akati, like shit, get Andre, shit, fight Billy Joe Saunders if he's still around, shit, fight them all. But I don't see him at one. I don't see him at 160 much longer. I don't see him at 160 much longer. I wonder how Jamel is gonna look at 160, that 154 crop, that whole all of them moving up because J Rock said that today in his what's called. J Rock said wherever everybody else go that's at 154 now, that's me. He said they go to 160, I'm going to 160. He said I'm following the name. So do you well
That's a smart move by J Rock.
yeah.
Follow them niggas. Follow their ass.
That's what he said, wherever they go on. They gotta fight each other. They damn sure gotta fight each other. 'Cause ain't nobody pulling fight. Can't keep pulling names out their ass. So I mean, he already fought Brandon Adams and shit. Brandon Adams at 154 right now. Ain't it? Who is at 160? That division is, let's see, super middleweight, middleweight.
What you mean besides Triple G and all them guys? Who's at 160?
Yeah.
I mean, let's see, you got what, Triple G and Murata, Derenchenko, you still got Andre there unless he goes up. You got, yes, let's see, Selecki is fighting Mungia next. So, that'll clear one of them out. So, Mungia and Selecki next, so one of them will go. Other than that, I mean, 160 ain't no real hot division like that, you know? But, I mean, it will be if all the 154 guys go up there.
I mean, Montiel is number 4. You got Jaime Munguia, Derenchenko, Selecki, Montiel. That's for the WBC. And then you got that dude that Alamakun, whatever his name is. They ain't have a picture for it that Rob Brant gonna be fighting. He number 6. Hugo Centennial, he already beat him. And Jason Quigg is ranked 15 that Mosley Jr. gonna be fighting. You got Eubank. Yeah. Nah, it ain't really no strong crop. Yeah. Sergio Martinez. Yeah, number 4. That ain't no strong crop there. I'm looking at 168. Same way. I mean, you got Anthony Durrell and Andre Durrell there. Yeah, at least you got David Lemieux that you can come up and fight at 168. You got Daniel Jacobs. You got Calvin Smith. You got Billy Joe Saunders. You got Anthony Durrell. At least you can come up and fight them. Gay Rosado still there. Yeah, I think that'd be the best move for him, man. At least Uzakaki. At least you got about 8 names that you can fight there. Cause shit ain't shit at 160. What they saying in the chat? You know what? Jay Dixon. Now this is a question for all of y'all. Do y'all think that Harrison and J Rock fighter happen at all now with J Rock being with Sugar Hill? And Sugar Hill said on the shop, man, he really couldn't see himself training against Harrison because like Harrison came up in the gym. That's another one of those things like we was talking earlier. And he's J Rock's trainer.
I think Harrison done fucked his off with that bullshit loss, that draw.
He gonna have to come back in a major way to get any action. Like that fucking draw.
Yeah, because that draw, he didn't really deserve that draw. He deserved to lose.
I give Harrison the benefit of the doubt on that, man. There was a lot of personal stuff with his father gone and first fighter, without his father and his brothers there and stuff like that. I give him a lot of slack on that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think he's got to get back in there and see how he looks later. But
I agree.
Don't just write that off that he's a garbage fighter off of that. You know what I'm saying? He was going through a lot with that.
No, I agree, Rob. I agree with going through stuff. But
we're just saying that
as a human, on the human side, but on the business side, that sounds like a personal problem. You shouldn't have got your ass in the ring if you wasn't ready.
Like, yeah, that loss is still gonna be a loss.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, if you're not ready, if you're not mentally there, pull out. But don't get in there and give us performance like that, because now your stock gonna drop. The stock gonna drop anyway. But I'd rather pull out than get in there and get a gift decision, because that white boy whooped his ass.
Which fight was that?
Harrison versus Peralta. What was that boy name? Peralta? Perella whooped his motherfucking ass.
Oh,
and they gave him a draw. Beat
Talking
his
about,
ass. The Roy Jones fight.
Yeah, who fought him? I forgot. Who was the brother that fought him?
Brian Perella.
Wow, Harrison, yeah.
Yeah, he fought Harrison. Yeah, he beat the shit out of Harrison.
Yeah, he looked bad in that fight, man. He didn't.
Yeah, that fight wasn't even close.
Nah.
I don't know how they pulled a draw out of that motherfucker, because it wasn't close.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. He did some decent work down the stretch, but it wasn't like that.
But now he got a fight on this belt. I just father's passing. Let's see how he do from this point on. Because he definitely won right on that fight. I see the white dude was good. I ain't trying to take nothing away from him. He's tough and good. I've seen him fight a few times. But I think Harris is a much better boxer any given day, other than that day.
I like the way you cleaned that up, Santos.
Yeah.
That day,
I try to do what I can
was
do. Yeah, I try to do what I can do when I can do what I can do when I can do what I can do. I think Barella had lost a fight before that. Before he fought Harrison, I think he had lost in Nashville.
Yeah.
Against Ramos or something like that. But he's a tough fighter though. White kid, I've seen him fight a few times. I tell you what he did. Harrison made Roy Jones look like a genius.
Sure did.
Just ran the stock up. He ran Roy Jones' stock straight up.
He sure did. I mean, I hate to sound cold or anything, man, but shit, if you go to work and you got a whole bunch of personal shit going, they don't give a shit. Nigga, you here. If you got personal shit going on, stay home. But if you come here, you coming to work.
No, but see, I think what happened, like, I agree, but I think what happened was he was fine, he was ready, and when he got in the ring and the first round, then he goes back to the corner, and that's his brother there, and his father is not there, I think it kind of hit him more so then. I get you. I mean, and I think sometimes, he probably thought he'd be okay. You know what I'm saying? And then you get there and being a man, he just like, look, I signed, I committed, I got to go on through with it. Right. And I mean, because I'm not gonna sit on here and I just got on Andre for pulling out. I'm not gonna say he should have pulled out. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, if you sign a contract and you a man, I mean, we talking about that with Fury, right? Hey, you signed a contract, so no matter what, you need to live up. You a man, live up to your word. And so I think that's what Harrison did in this situation. So I mean, and I realize it's business and stuff like that, but a lot of times fighters get in the ring with a lot of stuff that just don't look right. And it's like, oh man, what's wrong with him? Maybe he didn't train. No, maybe life got to him, because every day on the job ain't our best day. You know what I'm saying? And I just think it's like that sometimes, It just so happens that it's on a public stage where we see him,
You absolutely right, brother.
That's why I got Wilder didn't pull out, because he knew he was bound by contract.
Where does he go? He's another two fights away possibly from another big fight. He'll have to get another one of those type of fights to shake back. And then
he got to fight one of the dogs. He got to fight a Lubin or motherfucking J-Rock. A Herd. He got to fight one of them.
But those are big fights. That's what I'm considering a big fight. But he has to get another one of those fights that's just a shake it off fight.
Yeah, he got to get another tune-up. But after
Yeah.
that next
He don't,
one up, he got
he
to
don't
fuck
need to
with.
fight her. Her too strong for him.
Well, he always wanted to get back to her. He was whooping
They,
her
they,
ass.
they, he
And
did,
then
he
her
did fight him, and he
stopped,
got
boy.
beat. I think he got stopped, didn't
Yep.
But he was whooping her ass.
Yeah,
he?
until
Yeah,
he got
but see,
stopped.
that's why
Until he
Herd
put
is.
down.
Herd eat punches just to get to you. That was his old way of fighting him. I don't know if he's supposed to be changing that, but that's the way he fought everybody.
Hey, Eli, is that
Mhm.
what they put in the record book? He was winning the fight until he wasn't.
Goddamn self. Boy, he full of
Man, you
he
doing a
full
great
of
job, man. You winning until you lost.
Tito, you gonna join in? Oh, y'all full of shit today. But no, yeah, I mean that's what it is. I mean, those one of the guys that he might have fought. Like I say, he was kicking ass. Yeah, he got to get over that. He has to get over that stamina issue. I don't know what he needs, what type of training he needs to step up, but he has a bad stamina issue. Even when that Barella fight, when he started coming on at the end, he ran
Yeah,
out of gas
exactly.
because he was coming
You know
on,
what?
and I honestly think that he could have got Barella out of it, but he
As
didn't have
as
to
a
do that because Barella stayed going.
as a pure boxer, Harrison outboxes most all of them at 154. He just don't have the win or the chin. If he had the
Now,
win and chin, it'd be rough.
now let me ask you. Let me ask y'all something. Y'all think that's something he doing outside the gym?
Who,
I
Harrison?
don't
Yeah, as far as the living room.
Nah, he stay in the gym all the time. He's either in the gym training himself or training somebody else. He stay in the gym. He's a gym rat, but he just ain't working. I don't think he's working on his stamina like he should. He
Right.
says his brother's supposed to help him get there because his brother's supposed to be he's supposed to be an expert at conditioning the body.
Well,
So we'll see.
It look like it's last.
But you can't fix that. You can't train that chin though.
nah, ain't no muscle in the chin. Ain't no muscles up there, baby.
Yeah. Right now, him, Jay White, all of them trying to come back right now. Lubin is about to put for the crop outside of Castano Jamil. I believe Lubin is going to knock out Lazaro.
Yeah, I can see that coming. I can see that.
I
How do
believe
y'all?
he's hungry, he's fresh and confident, and I believe he knocked out Lazaro.
How do y'all see this Mel Castano fight?
I think Mel boxes him on the back foot. I think Mel keeps him off balance and outboxes him and outbullets him a little bit at times, and it's just too quick from lateral movement and all. I think at spurts, I think Castano gets some good work in spurts, but I think Mel probably gonna bewilder him a little bit. Gonna have him. I think Mel gonna be too much. He's gonna overwhelm.
What you think, Rod?
Yeah, I think Mel got him, man. I think it's gonna be a good fight though. Like almost fight of the year type, with all the pressure Castano bring, but I think he's gonna leap in a little too much. I don't know. He might stop him, but I think it's gonna be a good fight though. But I think Mel got him.
Yeah, my only issue is I just don't know. I don't know if Castano can deal with Mel's power because we know Mel can be outworked. We've seen him outworked before, but I don't think Castano can deal with the power. I think Castano gets stopped somewhere between 7 and 9.
Yeah. You know what? Every time I hear somebody say something about Mel power, I always think Mel got good power, but I don't think of Mel as a power puncher. I think of Mel as being good. And I think of Mel impose his will on him to get the knockout. I think that whether he fights with his left foot or whether he fights with the ankle or whether he just pressuring you, tying you up, I think Mel just frustrates the shit out of fighters. And I think he weighs down on them until they get into that bad moment and then he gets to with that shot that they don't see coming.
Right.
That's how I think of Mel. I don't think of Mel as a power puncher, but he's the best with his power. But just to hear you say that, I don't think of Mel as a power puncher.
Well, he's not. See, because in my opinion, brother, he's not a volume puncher because sometimes he can get lazy in during rounds. You know what I'm saying? He sits there and he pot shots and he's looking for a shot when he should be doing body work, jabbing, moving, closing the distance, trying to get inside. He don't do those things. Sometimes he stand back and just throw one shot at a time. That's what beat him against Harrison. Every time he was trying to step in and catch him with that big shot, Harrison was countering his ass. Every time he stepped in, he was countered. Now they wasn't really hard
when he
shots.
finishes it out, he sets up a nice shot. I think it's the way he sets up the shot is what I'm saying. He sets up nice shots that you just don't see coming.
Yeah, you're right. But if that shot never comes, then he's outworked and he loses, and now he's pissed off again.
You're right.
See what I'm saying?
Well, we saying he loses as if he's lost.
What I'm saying is, he tried to set that shot up in that first fight with Harrison. The shot never came. He got outworked, and now he pissed off talking about I wanted to fight. No, nigga, you didn't. Because every time you stepped in,
I thought he won.
No, he didn't. I watched the fight 3 times. The third time I watched it, he didn't win. He got countered. Every time he stepped in, he was getting countered. Now, they wasn't hard shots, but they were scoring shots, and he got outworked. That's what I mean by outworked.
I thought Harrison won the middle round, but I thought the early part of the fight he won. I thought the championship rounds. I thought he had his.
What you say, man?
No, I started reading the J.A. Dixon. He said Mel hits you clean, you go night night.
Yeah, that's true. You're not lying, Jay. He hits you clean.
That's true.
But what if that shot never comes? Then what you do?
Mel can outbox. I honestly, Mel when Mel started headhunting those middle rounds and just being a punching fighter because he was trying. That's when Harrison took over. Then Harrison ran out of gas in round 10 and 10, 11, and 12. Mel beat Harrison. And in the earlier round from 1-5, I had Mel winning for him. And then Harrison won like 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Like back to back. He won them like that.
So you think
but
it was
championship rounds, I think that Mel won that first fight.
So you think it was just horrible judging?
I'm not gonna say it's horrible judging. It's up to him. What you think, like that makes sense. Those shots that are scoring, that they are scoring, they count. But I'm just saying, from my eyes and many people's eyes, Mel won that fight. And when they came back and they did it again, the same result happened. Where he had those pop shots and he got confident that I won off those pop shots. And those counters that I put with, and he started thinking, and guess what? He ran out of those late rounds, and Mel caught it. That was the only difference. Mel didn't put it away from the judge the last time, but Mel had already weighed in on that first one. He just didn't put it away because he was scared. When he set it up and did it come to him and stayed applying pressure, stayed going to the body, changing level, it worked out. He was trying to force the knockout.
Yeah, because the first fight, I thought when they announced the scoring, I was like, no, he got robbed. Then I had to look at it again. Yeah. Nah, he won the fight. I looked at it third time. I was like, well, I can see what they saw now.
That's what I'm. That's when DJ Gibson just said the same thing. He said I was there. Mel won that fight. He landed the most punches, push the face, and hurt Tony towards the end.
He
That's
did.
what I
He
saw.
did. He did. Oh,
That's
that's
what
true.
That's why I feel like. That's why I feel like he won. But I feel like Tony had. I feel like those middle rounds. Oh, Tony was getting it in. Tony was getting it in. I feel like he put that jab on Bill ass and had his head trying to get his dick back and hold his punches, becoming a 1-2 puncher, not going down to the body like he was. Hell, Derrick James kept telling him, do the EJ. Goddamn. Go to the body. Go to the body. Like shit, y'all working together. So I'm trying to tell you without telling everybody in the Wichita what you can do. You know, like now you gotta stop paying him. You gotta wait till
Slow him down. Yeah, you're right.
yeah, slow him down, take his win from him and so forth, and then you get the knockdown. That's what he did the last fight. He slowed him down so much that he was able to pin him on the ropes anytime he caught up and able to deliver those big shots on him. Because he kept chipping away at him, investing to the body. And I think he's going to have to do some of the same type of work to Brian Castano. And not only that, I think he's going to have to mix in this last fight where he's going to have to go to the body. He's going to have to change angles to Brian Castano feet are not that fast. But he's also going to have to tie him up at times. Tie him up at times and make him reset. You know, don't let him get it ripped. Shit. A lot of these pressure fighters right now that are out here, that's the thing with them. Like a lot of them are rhythm punchers. You know.
Yeah, I think that Mel just goes in and imposes his will on Castano. I think he could just bully him and maneuver him and smash him. I expect him to smash Castano.
You think Mel's that much stronger than Castano?
Castano, I mean, he throws a lot of punches, but to me, they're a lot of arm punches. You know what I'm saying? He just throws a lot of shit that look good, but it don't really hurt nobody because he beat on Teixeira for 12 rounds. He should have got him out of there with all the punches he threw.
No, I'm not talking about him. I'm not talking about the punch output. I'm talking about body strength where he can bully, where Jamel can bully him. You think he's that much stronger?
Yeah, Castano don't look that sturdy to me. He don't look like he's just no imposing guy. Like with Virgil Ortiz, like when you see Virgil Ortiz in the ring, you're like, damn, this is a big motherfucker right here. You know what I'm saying? Big sturdy dude. Castano don't look like that to me. It looks like he don't have to cut much weight before. You know what I'm saying?
Let's see. I'm gonna see compare them in length. Compare them in length and height, arm reach and height. Brian Castano. Let's see what they got here. Brian Castano. Why the fuck did they bring up Estrada? Goddamn box rig messing up, man. You know what? I'll just go get it. Oh yeah. Never mind. Shit. Dude, Brian Castano is 5'7.5" with a 67-inch reach.
That's what I'm saying. Why Mel should just go in here and impose his will and smash this dude, get this dude up out of here.
Yeah. He's 5'7", and then Mel Every bit of 5'11". Shit, he probably don't have 3.5 inches. Hell no, I got mid. No, that's shit wrong. Let's see, Jamel. Yeah, Jamel 5'11". Hell, he already got 3.5 height on him. Oh my god, man, he got 6 inches of reach on him.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's a wash. It's a physical bitch match. You should just go in there and get this
Yeah,
guy out of here.
yeah. I thought Castano seemed like solid in that matchup with Lara.
Because Lara's really a little short dude. Lara's not that tall. He's like 5'8", 5'9", ain't he?
Let's see. I don't think he's that tall because I saw him standing next to Canelo, and he didn't look like he was really. Yeah, he 5'9". Yeah,
Except that he should impose his will and beat this dude up and get this dude out of here. This fight shouldn't go past 7 rounds.
yeah. God damn. Lara's only 5'9", but he's got a 75.5 inch reach.
Long ass arms. You know black people got long arms.
Shit. But yeah, you right. He should be able to impose himself on him. I mean, he's the bigger, he's the bigger, taller guy with the more boxing skills. He said he's gonna come straight at him, but I don't want to come straight at him to the point where he and gives up his.
When I saw the Teixeira Castaño fight, and the way he beat on Teixeira for 12 rounds and he couldn't get that dude out of there, the first thing that popped into my mind was he fight Mel, he's getting crushed. Mel go clean his clock.
He only got 12 knockouts.
You see what I'm talking about?
I only got 18 fights.
See what I'm talking about? Mel gonna clean his motherfucking clock.
I got that one draw with Erislandy.
And we all know Erislandy don't hit too hard.
Mm-hmm. And that was the older Erislandy too. And after the Witchcomb fight, the Herd fight. Other than that, he ain't fought nobody near the competition.
Exactly.
Yeah, matter of fact, he missed everybody on PBC at 154. How did he miss Herd, Rosario? He missed everybody. He don't even look like a PBC fighter when he missed everybody.
He just was elevated, bro.
Like, damn. He came in at the right time because he fought that draw with Lara, and that was where that belt was. That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's how they do it, big dog. That's how they do it.
I mean, he missed everybody. He don't have a Harrison, a J-Rock, a Rosario. He don't have Adams. He don't have none of that shit. He got Lara. He don't have an Austin Trout. Like as deep as this, he don't have none of them. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy.
See, that's what I be saying, man. You know, like when people be pumping these fighters up. Like, if you really want to be serious about these conversations, go to the box rec. You look at Lomachenko's record, right? If you really look at who the fuck has he really fought besides Gary Russell? Who the fuck has he fought? He fought Gary Russell and he fought Jorge Linares. Who else the fuck did he fight?
Pedraza. Pedraza's a good fighter.
Yeah. Besides that, who else did he fight? A bunch of nobodies.
Yeah. And a little bit. Because you always say that, and I believe you to a degree, but I also feel like he does have some skills.
Oh, he has skills. He has skills. But he ain't fought nobody where he had to use them skills. He just outclassed the guy. He ain't fought nobody who was bigger than him, stronger than him, maybe a little meaner than him. You know, he ain't fought nobody who been through some shit. You know what I'm saying? And we know if we don't know shit else about Nakatani, Nakatani been through some shit.
Yeah.
So he's not going to be intimidated by Lomachenko by any means.
Let's see. He fought Luke Campbell.
He's a nobody.
I guess Luke Campbell.
He's a nobody.
So, yeah, Jason Sosa, Nicholas Walters had been out for years still. Jason Sosa was a fighter.
Yeah.
You're right.
He fought no goddamn body. Look at you can look up Alexander Usyk. They pumping him up. Who the fuck did he fight?
Well, I did that too. That's why I asked you that because I knew his. I looked up him. I mean,
nobody.
Lomachenko's not that bad. When you look at Campbell, Pedraza, and then you have J.K. and Toledo. You know, that's 5 good fights with 14, 13, 14 matches.
Exactly.
I mean, it's not that bad, but it ain't like been. When he got to this point right here,
right
at 135, you might be right because at 135 he's really small. And Nakatani.
You know, I can even go back to the heavyweights. People were saying Luis Ortiz is this, right? Luis Ortiz is that. Well, look up Luis Ortiz's box record. And who the fuck did he fight besides Wilder? I'll wait.
Just
I'll wait.
He ain't fought no.
He ain't fought no goddamn body besides Wilder.
I already know, but I mean that heavyweight division, him, Wilder, none of them would fight him. Him, Wilder, Joshua.
But that's my point. That's my point, right? How could you say this motherfucker is so good when he ain't proved it? You can't say that. We don't know how good Luis Ortiz ever was because he ain't fought no goddamn body.
I mean, we say the same thing about Crawford. He passed the ice.
Huh?
We say the same thing about Crawford. We give him Crawford. He passed the ice.
No, but Crawford stopped it, motherfucker. Crawford had stopped his last 8 opponents, no matter who they was.
Ortiz was stopping.
Them motherfuckers was driving cabs on Saturdays and Sundays.
You
never even heard of them
we
dudes.
say the same thing about half of
Who? You never heard of Benavidez? You never heard of Kavaliauskas? Them dudes is Olympians. Of course I heard of them dudes. I never heard of them heavyweights he fought.
I get what you're saying, but I'm saying I'm saying we say the same thing. He hasn't fought the level of competition. We agreed earlier that we
You're right.
So at the end of the day, for the level of praise that we give him, it's because he passed out.
Right, you're right.
We can see that, you know, and he's an Olympian. We know, well, he's not an Olympian. He's a decorated fighter. We know what.
Right.
I do want to look at what you call it, though, 'cause I know it ain't worth shit.
I'm just saying, you
I'm
know.
honest.
Yeah,
When it
I
comes
know you are. I know you are.
yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Like they be getting on me because I talk about Sean Porter and Danny Garcia. Well, they that. But yeah, but every time they had a big fight, what happened? They fucking lost.
Who
Lost.
is Sean Porter beat for that IPF deal that book?
Alexander, who was past his prime.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Was Devin past his prime then? Or was
Devin past his prime. Devin's like 42 right now, ain't he?
Hold on. Let me look at Devin just
yeah, look
I
up
just
Devin.
want to look at what No, because he just beat who they was trying to pick up and Travis. That Travis Kaufman fight was so fucking trash. He beat David Allen. He beat Malik Scott. He beat Brian Jennings.
Mm-hmm. And who the fuck is Brian Jennings? Who the fuck is Brian Jennings? Ain't fit the title.
He beat that third tier. He beat those guys. 15. He beat those guys that was
Yeah, man, I think we got to be careful. My bad, brother. I had cut out for a minute, but I think we got to be careful when we, you know, question everybody's resumes like that. You know what I'm saying? Because
I don't know.
It's always like who is this person fault or who is that person fault? It's like, man, you know, like you were saying about, I think I heard you saying something about Crawford, you know, and then they was talking about comparing Spence. I mean, I hate to compare, like both guys beat everybody that was in front of them. But if we're talking about normally, you know, especially at welterweight, if we're talking about top 10, which guy has fought the top 10 fighters, whether they lost or not? Which guys fought the top 10 fighters or what you would consider the better competition? And I think that's Spence. You know what I'm saying? Crawford at welterweight has not fought the same competition, in my opinion, as Spence has. You know, and then when people do that with Deontay Wilder, they say, well, he fought a bunch of, look, man, but he got rid of those guys, though. You know what I'm saying? And even Ortiz, like, people would not fight him. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. I'm like, I understand. I know that's our big argument most of the time. Well, this dude ain't fighting nobody, and that's true. But, you know, when you question resumes, then people, it's like revisionist history. They go back and they be like, well, you know, this one didn't fight that person, and this guy lost to that guy, and it's like, oh man, come on, man, that's like a real never-ending spiral there, you know.
Rabbit hole. Yeah, I believe that. But my point is this is my point, man. We know these dudes. None of these dudes really have fought anybody. But when you talking about undefeated guys like a Spence and a Bud, you hit the nail right on the head. Whoever the fuck they put in the ring with these motherfuckers, they got rid of them. And that's what they supposed to do. Because they supposed to be on that level. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, they supposed to beat him. They supposed to beat him.
This motherfucker in here with me, I'm going to stop him. You put this motherfucker in here with me, I'm going to stop him. He ain't supposed to be in here with me. And what I'm saying about these guys like a Usyk and the Ortizes and some other fucking can we was talking about. Whenever those guys stepped up to the elite competition, they got their ass beat.
Hey,
so you can't tell me that they that good. Because when they fought the guys who were really good, they got their ass whooped.
I'm just gonna tell you though, what's wrong about Alexander and Porter. He beat Alexander with 26 years old.
He was how old?
Alexander was 26 years old.
Oh, he was 26.
He beat him in 2013. Alexander ain't number 34 years old.
God, he was 34.
He's 34 now. He was born in 1987.
Oh shit, my bad. But he was just better than Devin Alexander.
You gotta give Porter a little credit.
Yeah, for that one. For that
What's
one?
that? I couldn't hear what you said, Eli. You said who beat who now? It's a lot of feedback, man. I couldn't hear you.
Sean Porter beat Devin Alexander when he was 20. When Devin Alexander was 26 years old for that championship belt.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, you know, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, I think, you know, yeah, Sean, he lost to Kell Brook, and you know, like, I don't discredit Spence going over to the UK and beating Kell Brook. That was a big win. You know what I'm saying?
It was.
Porter, even when Porter lost to Thurman, I mean, some people argue that he didn't lose that fight. You know what I'm saying? And I look at it like this. Wasn't Mikey Garcia one time considered top pound for pound? You know? And yeah, people like to say, oh, that was little Mikey. Man, Mikey was at 140 and went down to 135 and was going back up and all that stuff. You know, it's like Mikey, he's got, to my knowledge, he's been down maybe one time, and it was like a flash knockdown. So you could pretty much say dude's got a good chin. Porter's got a good chin. Danny Garcia's got a good chin. Like, these guys, like, they got awesome chins, man. But I saw in the fight, you know, Porter is a tough fight for anybody. Mikey, you know, he was tough, but see, people thought that Errol was just gonna go in there and bang him out, and Errol went in there and showed you he could box and boxed the mess out of him, you know.
Yep.
Garcia looked like he was ready to about quit, you know what I'm saying? And I give Errol credit for that fight off of, you know, off of such a big thing. With you know, after the accident with Crawford, man, I don't, you know, I like Crawford, and you know, it's like I know what I see. You know what I'm saying? So the competition may not be there in a sense, but I know what I see. and I see a good fighter. Now, do I want him to prove it against better competition? Yes. Do I think it's 100% Crawford's fault? No. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I don't like, you know, questioning resumes, because sometimes you can question a lot of people's resume when you go back. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I don't go for the Hall of Fame argument when people, well, if Crawford stopped today, he'd be in the Hall of Fame. Okay, so, you know, so what? There's a lot of people in the Hall of Fame there's people in the Hall of Fame with 30-something losses, and not because they fought the best guys either. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't go for that argument, man. You know, just fight who's in front of you. You try to make the best fights. Now, I do sometimes question some of the business moves when it comes to some of these guys making the best fights, but that's about as far as I'll go with that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I get on when I say that about what Canelo says that about somebody. Well, who has he fought? He fought the same type of people you fought, buddy. You know what I'm saying? He beat whoever was in front of him, and he didn't use performance-enhancing drugs to do it either. You know?
Exactly. Facts.
True. That's true. That's true. I was just, I did look over he got some. Porter has a pretty good resume though. Just looking at a fighter, I mean, he got well with Alexander Adams, Malignaggi, Adrian Bruner, Berto, Danny Garcia. Ugas was questionable. Ugas was questionable. Like I gave that fight to Porter because I seen like Ugas wasn't engaging Porter, and to be a bigger fighter and to be letting the smaller fighter dictate the pace the whole time, I was like, he got too much respect for Porter. How did y'all?
I saw Porter walking in thinking because he's Sean Porter, he was going to win that fight. He didn't respect that man enough. And by the end of the fight, he was clawing and scratching and digging, trying to do anything he could to win it. Because that dude, he underestimated that cat. That's what I saw.
Yeah.
The way I saw it, man, is Ugas fought almost like you were in the amateurs or the Olympics. So if he had been in the Olympics, he probably would have won. He scored like points. But as far as who was really pushing the fight, it was Porter. So I don't see it as a robbery either way. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you scored it for Ugas, cool. If you scored it for Porter, cool. If you scored it a draw, that's probably even better. That's kind of how I saw that. It just kind of depends on what you was looking for, in my opinion. But I actually thought Porter beat Thurman on the other hand. So who am I? I may be off on my score.
No, but I'm saying us as boxing fans, like you said, Robert, you hit it right on the head. You know what you see, right? So I can go back to even when they made the Errol Mikey fight. You know, my first thought was when they made that fight. My first thought was why? Why are you gonna bring this little guy up here to fight this monster of a 47-pounder? He's not gonna win.
No, my first thought was he kept on talking. He kept on asking for this. He's gonna get what he asked for, man.
Yeah, I get it. But my whole point was, why are you wasting your time fighting this? This dude can't beat you. There's no way Mikey Garcia gonna beat this man.
I feel you, bro. But it's also like a thing that where, ESPN and all the mainstream media was, Mikey is so great and this, that, and nothing. And Earl was like, you know what? I'm finna take y'all pet boy and I'm gonna whoop him at his own game so you can shut up about that. And he called me out from a lower division. Come on up here and get this, and I mean, it is what it is. But something you mentioned earlier, Shelton, man, and I kind of agree with. I wanted to ask you guys what you think about this, because as we go through these divisions and talk, it's like, man, who are these guys fighting? They're not fighting anybody. Are the divisions too watered down because there's too many divisions? Now, I know people will say, well, safety reasons why they do this and that and the other. But you go back to the Olympic style and the amateur style, there are 10 divisions. There's not 18 or 19. So, you just imagine if we combine some of these divisions, because, like we give guys credit for, he's a multi-division champ. He moved up all these divisions. Well, that's cool, but moving up 3 and 4 pounds, 4 and 5 pounds, I mean, that ain't no accomplishment like it used to be. Like back in the day, if you was a lightweight and you went up to welterweight, that's a big deal, bro. You know what I'm saying? So now it's like,
that's 12 pounds back in the day.
Yeah. Like now 15 pounds, that's like 3 or 4 weight classes. Like for real? And we calling these guys multi-division champs. I get it, but I honestly think it's a little bit too watered down, man. We need to get rid of some of these divisions.
I wouldn't mind seeing 168 and 160 all together, and 147 and 154 all together. That would make it way more than 154 and 147 all together. That shit would be crazy. 160 and 168 would make a competitive division all together.
You see, in the amateurs, so in the amateurs, for instance, 152 is the limit for welterweight, and same for the Olympics, 152, right? I think 165 is the limit for middleweight, and then there's like 178 that's like light heavyweight. So you imagine if you had that in the pros now. I mean, I think even lightweight is like 141 or something like that. So, like, you imagine those divisions being, I mean, you do it in the amateurs, and I realize you're only fighting 3 rounds and stuff like that. But, I mean, making weight sometimes is like a joke at this point when guys balloon up 15 to 20 pounds on fight night,
Here's another thing.
And if you
put it in the chat,
all these belts, there's so many belts. People just get comfortable with being champion. They only ain't care if it's a secondary champion. I'm a 3-division champion if I got the fucking WBA regular and WBO regular. Like, dude, that's not even the real championship belt. It's so many fucking belts. It's fucking crazy. Like, just well, J.A. Dixon said it too. Just make one fucking belt. Everybody go after this one belt. You win this one belt. That's what it is.
You know why?
I like the term undisputed, where people can win multiple belts. Yeah, but fuck, I get tired of this belt. You want to be a champion, don't keep this one belt.
Do you know why we call Muhammad Ali the champ still to this day?
Why is it?
because it wasn't no other body to challenge him. It wasn't no 10 belts out there. You knew who the champion was. It was one guy. He's the champ. You know what I'm saying?
And anybody that want to challenge you, come through this mother.
You got to fight this guy if you want a belt. Now, if you don't want no belt, you can fight Ernie Shavers, you can fight George Chuvalo, you can fight any of these motherfuckers. But if you want to be the champion, that's the guy you got to beat.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Muhammad Ali held, what, 2 belts through his career, the WBC and WBA? And most of the time he held them together, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah, that was it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's just too much. And I think me and Tank had this discussion before, and Tank was mentioning how because certain people don't get noticed, or having more sanctioning bodies helps people get noticed. And, you know, I understand where he was going with that. I just kind of I'm like you guys, like, look, honestly, and maybe everybody don't rock with me on the weight thing, but, you know, you just imagine that there's, you know, less weight classes, these weight classes are combined, and you got one. I say this, we got 4 sanctioning bodies now. Could we cut it down to 2? Could we get back to 2? You know what I'm saying? That way you can still get your unification if you want, but at least being a champ would actually mean something. Because, I mean, the WBA has 4 champions in one weight class. You got the champ in recess, the regular champ, the gold champ, the super, and imagine this. So suppose you're at super middleweight, right? So you mean to tell me my title is the WBA regular super middleweight champ, and I'm gonna fight you because you're the WBA super middleweight champ? How does that sound, bro?
Shit, stupid.
Like,
That's some weirdo shit. That's some weirdo shit. You should fight one guy, one belt, one division. That's what it should be. And you should be weighing in 3 hours before the fight.
But the question is what fucking what sanctioning bodies would we keep? The IBF is like number one.
Goes away.
You would do away with the IBF?
WBA, WBC, and take away all them diamond and shitty belts.
You got to get rid of the WBA and WBC. They the most corrupt, worst of all of them, bro.
The IBF is.
I mean, they're the longest. They're the longest as far as prestige and stuff like that. But I'm sorry, I would have to take the way the IBF and the WBO does their business is a little bit better than the WBC and WBA. Now, I can't have you creating, you know, all these, you know, franchise titles and you know, I mean, it would just have to be some new leadership, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? I say give the World Boxing Super Series, make that a belt, and be done with it. Have a tournament every 2 years and be done with it.
That would
have a tournament, man. Yeah, do the tournament and be done with it. Yeah.
That'd be beautiful.
You could do it like the World Championships for track and field or swimming. They have it every other year. So you get a year where you can make the little garage matches and big fights, and then next year you're in a tournament. The top 8 guys fighting each other 3 times, 3 fights a year. You guaranteed.
And you know what? Get rid of all them fucking belts. Even the WBC, get rid of all them fucking belts. And the only one you can keep is that motherfucking red, white, and blue belt, the Ring Magazine belt. Get rid of all them motherfuckers.
Yeah. I'll be keep that Ring Magazine belt and the Ali trophy.
That's it.
I'm cool. I'm cool with that right there. Like shit, these belts is fucking. They in the way. They in the way, man. They in the fucking way. And when you keep the belt like keep just that Ring Magazine belt or whatever, that keeps the lineage intact too. Because right now the lineage is whoever they like the most and pass and in that belt to, attach it to with a fight that they know that fighter's gonna win. You know. Like
Yeah, we just need somebody else evaluating it though, because even Ring Magazine lately, man, they've been kind of tripping on their little rankings and stuff. So, you know, I want a panel of people that really are in the sport, you know, and to evaluate this stuff and come up with something. You know what I'm saying? And then have that one major, you know, commission or whatever that runs the sport. and that's how we get stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because this is like, and then you got a fifth body trying to come in there, the IBO making noise. It's like, oh, no, we don't need 4. Don't give me 5. You know what I'm saying? That's too much, bro.
Like shit. Just imagine how much Katie Taylor put over Clarissa Shields. This woman got damn many belts and she got fights. And you got this woman right here.
Exactly.
That got gifts and shit.
What happened to what about Amanda Serrano? I mean, come on.
Serrano should be behind Clarissa Shields, bro. Serrano got more knockouts than they got fights combined, bro. I mean, see, and this is why, you know how people talk about pound for pound. I don't never get into pound for pound. I don't like pound for pound. It's a mythical, made up list. It doesn't mean anything. And I'll put it this way. One of the things that people love to stipulate with pound for pound is, oh, you can't include the heavyweights. All right, but isn't that the definition of pound for pound? When I got somebody like Deontay Wilder, who weighs, 219 or 231 or whatever his highest weight was, and remember, he fought Fury the first time. Fury weighed, I don't know, he weighed over 260. He was like 270, and Wilder dropped him, right? Heavyweight is 200, you qualify at 200 pounds and above that. And I don't want to hear about the Bridger weight. We're not going to even discuss that. But it's 200 pounds and up. So that means that at heavyweight, I could be fighting, I could weigh 200, 205 or whatever, and I could be fighting a guy that's 265, 270. If I beat him, I'm considered the baddest man on the planet, but I'm not pound for pound. Like, I beat the bigger guy, the definite bigger guy. He has no limit to his weight, and I beat him. You see what I'm saying? I hate pound for pound, bro. It's just made up. And the biggest proponent of pound for pound should be the heavyweights who could fight at any weight, because I can argue that Deontay Wilder has almost been outweighed in every fight he's gone in, and most of the time he's I put it this way, he's put everybody he ever fought on the ground. You know, he didn't stop Fury, but he put him on the ground. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And he ain't even land cleanly on that. And you mean to tell me that's not pound for pound when a guy outweighed him by 50 or 60 pounds? Like, come on, bro.
Pound is. Look,
exactly. That's the definition.
That's the definition of pound for pound. Pound for pound is you being outweighed, and pound for pound you are that much better than your peers that are that outweigh. The pound for pound list is really a little man's list, you know. But bigger heavyweights versus smaller heavyweights, I think that at that point in time that they should be considered for the pound for pound list. Deontay Wilder should have been considered for the pound for pound list a long time ago. You know, just he's always outweighed. He's always a smaller fighter. And when you look at it, I remember going to competitions and showing, and I had a 50-pound dog that outpulled a 100-pound dog. I got the pound for pound with it because pound for pound she outpulled them, and she had more weight on to overcome. Like, that's what pound for pound means in any other type of sport or competitive weightlifting. Like, that's what pound for pound is. And
Exactly, bro. And then they put people on the list, you know, like, granted, I look at a fighter and I say, man, that guy's a great fighter. You don't put Jamal Charlo on there. I think Jamel, the one at 154. I get them mixed up. You don't put him on there, right? They'll put, like, they'll say it's Crawford and Canelo, and then they say, and then Spence is there. But pound for pound seems to me like, you know, Crawford would be there because he's moved in different weight classes. There's different pounds. So he's shown that, hey, I can fight at 35, and then I went up to 40. But you got a guy who's only fought in one weight class there, you know, or on the women's side, like you said, what you did in pound for pound to me it's become cold for my top 10 favorite fighters. And that could be anybody. I could name a bunch of guys I like to see fight. It's not valid, bro. There's no way we can, you know what I'm saying? But because they do that, then you got guys that sit there and say, "Well, I'm pound for pound, so I'm everybody's favorite fighter. I'm everybody's number one on their magical mythical list." Bro, I think dragons can beat dinosaurs, but I ain't got no way to prove it. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man, it's ridiculous.
Hey, fellas, my phone.
Pound for pound that you should make it is because of is because you fight other champions. That's the only way you can make pound for pound if you've been in the same weight class is because you fight other champions. But other than that, you are exactly right. It's the guys that move up. It's the guys that move up. Guys like
My phone is going out. My phone is going out, so I'm gonna hit y'all tomorrow, man. Great talking with y'all, and I'll see you on the next one.
All right, OG, good talking with you, bro.
All right, brothers.
Yep.
Right. But yeah, dude, you said it perfectly. You know, the guys that move up, the guys like I mean, even Jamal Charlo, shit, I guess he'd be considered for it because he's a champion in two weight classes. Or the Usyk, he's a champion in what you call him? He's moved up. He's won fights at heavyweight. The Lomachenko's, the Terrence Crawfords, you know, the Danny Garcias. You know, that's what that pound for pound is supposed to be recognition of. But it changes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just don't like I said, the blatant example is that ESPN list on the women's side. You got Clarissa Shields, who is undisputed at the same time and also unified in another division, all at the same time. That's not the definition of pound for pound in 3 divisions. You got Amanda Serrano, who's won, 8 titles across several divisions? That's not up there. But your favorite, because who was hot right then was Eddie Hearn, so you got to put his fighter there. That's why I say it's who's my favorite fighter right now, or who's the hottest fighter right now. That don't mean that that's the best fighter. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I say, man, like, I can't. I just don't like that because it's so subjective. Your list could be different from mine. You could have been watching guys, you know, overseas in the UK all your life and been like, hey, yeah, your guy can't beat my guy. You know what I'm saying? So it's just and not to include the toughest, biggest division out of all of them. Nah, bro, I just don't sign off on that.
Yeah, they definitely be bullshit. Bro. I just it's so fucking political. It's crazy. There's no way that you got a fighter that did something that hasn't been done. She's holding undisputed in 2 fucking divisions and did it quicker than anybody has ever done it, and is unified in another one. That's crazy. I've never seen it's never been done that I know of. Has that ever been done? She's the only one to do it, right?
Yeah, man or woman, nobody's ever done nothing like that. And this, especially the 4-belt era, and I realize, you know, people, the competition. Well, look, that's women's boxing. She's fighting the same competition that Katie Taylor and all of them are fighting. It's no way.
They can miss that shit because Christina Hammer, that girl had been champion for 10 years, knocking motherfuckers out.
Exactly.
The turn to Cruz, she been doing her fucking thing. The other girl that
wasn't she the one they was questioning whether she was a man or not? Wasn't it Cruz that they was questioning that?
No, she was fighting. She fought the chick that was Alejandro.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm saying, yeah, they can listen to that shit. Yeah. But man, I'm gonna get in here and lay down for a little minute and shit here, and then get up and start today.
All right, bro. I'm just getting off myself. About to go grab a bite to eat and go to the next one, man. So it was good chopping it with you, though.
Most definitely, fam. Hey, peace,
all right, bro.
Chat.
Yeah, same here, man. Peace, everybody in the chat. Appreciate y'all.